never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey have inflamed the public with their response to the fatal ICE shooting in Minneapolis.
They've encouraged the kind of destruction and violence that we've seen in Minneapolis the last several days, and I would encourage them to grow up, get some maturity, act like people who are responsible, who want people to be safe.
Noem made that comment during an appearance on CNN's State of the Union. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says there's deep mistrust of federal agencies after an ICE agent fatally shot 37-year-old Renee Good, urging state authorities to be included in the probe and criticizing the federal narrative.
If it was an FBI investigation that was done jointly with an investigation from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, we could have had some trust.
Frey told NBC's Meet the Press that Minnesota officials do not trust an FBI-only investigation into that shooting. They want the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension involved for transparency as protests continue over that incident. Iran is warning President Trump that any U.S. attack would lead to Tehran striking Israel and U.S. military bases in the Middle East.
Reuters says Israel is on high alert for the possibility of a U.S. intervention to support protests in Iran. That current unrest there started in late December when the Iranian currency plummeted to an all-time low against the U.S. dollar, sending many shopkeepers in Tehran out into the streets in anger. An internet blackout imposed by Iranian authorities late last week is still in effect. And some residents in the Iranian capital tell CNN the blackout has galvanized more people to join the protests. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Cuba is pushing back after President Trump urged Havana to cut a deal with the U.S. President Miguel Diaz-Canel says Cuba is sovereign and accuses Washington of aggression after Trump warned oil would be cut. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Health coverage for menopause symptoms are now the law in New Jersey.
Hot flashes, night sweats, mood changes, brain fog, and insomnia. They'll no longer be viewed as mere annoyances for New Jersey women going through menopause or perimenopause. Outgoing Governor Phil Murphy has signed a bill requiring health insurance companies to pay for diagnosis and treatment. Menopause-related symptoms, according to the Mayo Clinic, result in $1.8 billion in lost productivity each year across the U.S. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
6 people are dead after a gunman went on a shooting spree in Mississippi on Friday night.
The sheriff's office in Clay County says a 24-year-old man, Derek Moore, faces several charges of first-degree murder after shooting and killing 6 people. His father, brother, uncle, a 7-year-old cousin, a church pastor, and the pastor's brother at 3 separate rural locations. Moore was arrested in Cedar Bluff late Friday after dozens of local, state, and federal officials flooded the northeast Mississippi region. Police say evidence and witnesses indicate Moore was the only shooter. He's being held without bond, and the Clay County DA has said he expects to pursue the death penalty in the case. I'm Scott Carr.
Actor Daniel Stern, best known from Home Alone, was cited by police in Camarillo, California on December 10th for allegedly soliciting prostitution. He wasn't arrested and has not yet commented. The matter remains a misdemeanor citation. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty, cue the microphone as we do indeed cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. So here we go again. A new week comes our way. As we close out the weekend from time zone to time zone, Officially rolling toward mid-January here. We'll turn the page on the calendar. 12th day of January here in 2026. Boy, time flying by, isn't it? Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, it's feeling more like January outside the secret bunker. Back to the long sleeves, back to the winter coat when you step outdoors. And actually, starting off the weekend, boy, it was just downright beautiful. Spring-like, no doubt about it. But back to reality. Folks along the eastern seaboard, you'll get another day of above normal temperatures, but actually a large sector of the eastern USA that's saw that abnormally warm stretch. Well, we get a temperature reality check, trending back toward January, where we should be this time of year. Yeah, some locations along the northern tier of the country that had several inches of snow on the ground saw most of that melt away or turn to slush over the weekend. The remaining snowpack across portions of the Great Lakes, New York, New England, could still see some additional melting before the true January cold returns. While the week could begin with some highs in the 40s and 50s from Chicago to Detroit to Philadelphia, New York City. We'll be ending the week with temperatures back into the 20s and 30s for high temperatures. That transition back to typical mid-January obviously will be more noticeable later this week compared to the first few days here. But as the week progresses, the cold air mass is going to filter south and eastward, bringing even daytime temperature highs into the teens and 20s in the northern plains and the Midwest by later this week. But as we rolled into the weekend here, this past Friday, could you imagine? Buffalo, New York had a high of 61 degrees. I mean, 30 degrees above where they would typically be for that time of year. Yeah, more in line with the typical high in late April. According to AccuWeather, a return to Arctic air sends high temperatures back down to the 20s later this week. In cities like Buffalo, a 40-degree swing in less than a week's time. But here we are for Monday night. Could see some intermittent snow flurries developing east of Lake Ontario into New York State. Most other locations in the Midwest and Northeast should be dry. Windy conditions will develop from Michigan and the Ohio Valley into portions of the Northeast through the day on Monday. Gusts, say, reaching maybe 30 miles per hour in some spots. Tuesday, a little more moisture advances across the region as a storm plunging southeast across southern Ontario and Quebec, Canada, will produce a swath of snow from northern Minnesota into Michigan. Cold air begins to filter in behind that storm as moisture on the leading edge of the storm spreads across the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. Temperatures will still be able to support precipitation in the form of showers ahead of the cooler conditions arriving. By Tuesday night, additional periods of snow and snow showers extending across Wisconsin and the UP of Michigan, maybe sporadic showers pushing south and east across the Ohio Valley. By Wednesday, that storm swings east across southern Canada, bringing cold air back into the Great Lakes region. As a result, accumulating snow begins to spread across northern Wisconsin, Michigan, northern Illinois, Indiana, northern Ohio, and the surrounding areas. Plowable accumulations are expected with the risk for some hefty lake effect bands to set up along the southern and eastern shores of the Great Lakes, including around the Chicago area. Forecasters warn there may be a tight gradient in snowfall totals from Chicago's O'Hare International to downtown locations and into far northwest Indiana due to the nature of the snow bands developing off Lake Michigan. Visibility may be sharply reduced in the heavier bands that develop off the lakes, depending on how the storm tracks through the region and the location of a separate storm that may track northward out of the southeast. Additional locations further east may have a chance for a fresh snow later this week. Back to reality. More expansive snow chances make a return to the forecast for the Northeast and the Ohio Valley as the week continues here. Forecasters monitoring a lake week setup across the east. A few factors are going to impact the movement and the intensity of this potentially notable feature. There's going to be different scenarios on how the week might just pan out. Yeah, there are various models depicting a pretty decent snowfall for the latter portions of the week if it all comes together. Yeah, a deep dip in the jet stream and a cold front will lead to the development of a storm across the Great Lakes in the Midwest come Wednesday, moving eastward Thursday into Friday and potentially forming into a potent coastal storm that could bring significant snow to the I-95 corridor. Even if this coastal storm does not materialize, some snow is going to be possible in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic Thursday into Friday. Not to be forgotten, on the western side of that storm, the wind flow will be such that a period of significant lake effect snow could occur in parts of Chicagoland Wednesday night into Thursday morning, maybe impacting the morning commute Thursday across northwest Indiana and northeast Illinois. But back to reality. Hey, it's happy anniversary to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Yeah, we've officially concluded 5 years in the secret bunker in southwest Ohio. It was on this date, actually the 11th of January, 6 years ago today. We're kicking off year number 6, if you could imagine that. The time. Where does the time go now? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy, out of the box. Kicking off year number 6 of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secrets. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Your host, Mr. Steve Sommers, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator Power Mic is on. 844-844-3388, the number to be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Congratulations to Steve Sommers and Hot Shot Secret, having one of the top-rated overnight trucking talk shows in the country. And, of course, the fans. Without the nocturnal listeners, the top rating would not be possible. With that said, let's get the party started. All right, Philly Dad, it is that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Well, season's over for the Eagles. Congratulations to the 49ers. Wild card weekend almost in the books. You got the Monday Night Football game tonight. Steelers, can't remember who they're going to be playing, but filling in that final slot before we get to official playoffs next weekend. All right, Shorty, happy anniversary, Steve, on the show, and Hot Shot Secret for sponsoring the program. Scrapyard on board to get the new week started, waving all 5 at us. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Pappy's in the house. Hello to the Dipsy driver, Buckeye Boy, Miss Billy. Good morning, everyone. Have a blessed day. All right, hello to Michael. What's up, people? Tank in the house. Morning, Steve and the gang. Happy Monday. We're back in the saddle. 30 degrees here in Stanton, Tennessee. Rolling down to Memphis. We'll get a set and head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Kevin in the house. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Iron Duck. Roll call. Truckers checking in from Boulevard, California. Okay, good to have you with us. Plowboy, good morning from the Big Blue Oval, 34 degrees, dry. Thank you, Steve. Everyone stay safe out there. Watch out for those lefty lunatic socialist Democrats. How about a one-time shout-out to Pappy this morning? All right. There's Jeffrey checking in from southern Florida. Iron Duck was talking about very windy conditions. Strong wind gusts today will make our delivery in San Diego tomorrow morning. All right, keep the rubber side down. Thanks for the update. There's Gilligan. Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. A windy night at the GMA and BNS Enterprises skyscraper. A cool 30 degrees. Congratulations on kicking off year number 6 of the overnight drive. Everybody keep it shiny side down. Thank you for joining us this morning there, Gilligan. Hello, John Rinsby. Morning, all the overnight family. Happy 6 years. If all goes well, it goes fast. Well, winter's back anyway. We're down to 26 here in Indianapolis tonight. Happy Monday. Have a good night, and God bless all the listeners out there. There's Jerry. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a great weekend. 26 degrees here in Kokomo, Indiana. Unfortunately, spent the weekend in the crash house with unbelievable belly pain. Hopefully, we'll get some answers and relief tomorrow. But thank you, the Hot Shot Secret, for supporting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for all of us to enjoy. Tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, Chris said it should be a hoot going through the Twin Cities. Yeah, the pandemonium continues, right? There's Tony. Hello, Steve, the entire Hot Shots Nation. Southern Illinois, along the banks of the Ohio River, at 32 degrees. It's a chilly night, but Mama's got the coffee ready. I'm on my way. Who else we got there? Jack at the home 20, having a mixed drink. 28 degrees, wind chill of 10 in Red Lion, Pennsylvania. I don't start my week till tomorrow night, so everybody be safe out there. Let's see, Steve. I guess, is that the Michigan Madman? Yeah, hello, everyone. One of the best weeks coming up in racing as the Chili Bowl Nationals will be on all week. So you know what I'll be watching? Flow Racing. Everybody have a good night. So, okay, so it's here, the Chili Bowl Nationals, right? Got a little update on some of the stars of NASCAR that will be participating there in the Chili Bowl Nationals this week as well. Several big names competing there. And also, happy anniversary to the Overnight Drive from the Michigan Madman.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. So that's a reality check, back down to 31 degrees there. Finally stopped raining yesterday. Between Friday night and Saturday, we picked up 3.5 inches of rainfall. Yeah, happy 6th anniversary to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. I was so happy when I found you, or found out you were going to be back on the air. It was horrible not having anything decent to listen to at night, considering I'd been listening to your dad for years, and when you took over, to be cast aside by the woke morons. Anyway, unloading later today when I picked up in Orlando. Could have delivered late Friday afternoon, but both me and my contact didn't want to have to fight the Atlanta rush hour traffic. Don't blame you there. I helped the stepson and the electrician on the building a bit earlier yesterday. We worked on it Thursday and Friday, so there you go. Grandkids came over for a while. Go Indiana! Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Of course, Indiana college football. The national championship is set. Indeed, Miami will face off against a still undefeated Indiana. Can Indiana truly make it? Wire to wire, start to finish of the season without a loss? Now, there's one game yet to determine that, and that will be the championship. Which I guess that's, 1 week from tonight, right? The 19th, a Monday night? All right, Cowboy, happy anniversary to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and Hot Shot Secret. Congratulations on 6 great years. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 42 degrees here in Elk Grove, California. Congratulations on the show, and my 49ers survive for another week. Okay, winning their wild card game. Yeah, that's they're the ones that beat the Eagles, right? Yeah, Philly Dan, sorry about that. Horse Feathers, happy anniversary. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 29 degrees, clear skies in the Twin Cities tonight with the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed east towards America's Dairyland at a high rate of speed. The first full week of January has been epic. Hey, special shout-out to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and 5 years of independent radio from the land of 10,000 lakes. Thank you so much. 2-time world champion bull hauler. There's Peter. Good morning from Kansas City this morning. 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up. We'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. Interesting developments when it comes to the capture of Maduro there in Venezuela a week or so ago. Very interesting, where apparently some sort of a new weapon was used, to my understanding, for the very first time. A new, mysterious, overwhelmingly powerful tactical weapon, I guess for the first time used in modern warfare. Yeah, stop what you're doing and listen to this. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt posted over the weekend on X, drawing some fresh attention to some of the chilling eyewitness accounts. They tell us Venezuelan soldiers were reportedly brought to their knees, bleeding through the nose and vomiting blood, according to eyewitness accounts from one of the Venezuelan guards to the dictator. At one point, they launched something. I don't know how to describe it, according to the account posted on X. It was like a very intense sound wave. Suddenly, I felt like my head was exploding from the inside, he says. Yeah, like a very intense sound wave. He added, as a result, his comrades were not able to fight back. We had no way to compete with their technology, with their weapons. He says, I swear, I've never seen anything like it. We couldn't even stand up after the sonic weapon or whatever it was. The Guard further described how U.S. forces were able to wipe out hundreds of fighters on the ground without suffering any casualties themselves. We were on guard, but suddenly all of our radar systems shut down with no explanation. The next thing we saw were drones, a lot of drones flying over our position. We didn't know how to react. Then barely 8 helicopters appeared, deploying just 20 U.S. troops. But those few men were all that were needed because of their tactical advances. And this, according to the Guard, led to a slaughter. We were hundreds, but we had no chance. They were shooting at such precision and speed. I felt like each soldier was firing 300 rounds a minute. Those 20 men, without a single casualty, killed hundreds of us, he says. We had no way to compete with their technology and their weapons. I've never seen anything like it. What was it? Very interesting. All right, we'll get a news break, and good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Tina Smith says the Trump administration is attempting to cover up what happened during last week's fatal ICE shooting in Minneapolis.
What I mean by that is that you can see everything that they are doing is trying to shape the narrative to say what happened without any investigation.
Smith appearing on ABC's This Week, and she's accusing federal officials of shaping the narrative before an investigation. Senator Rand Paul is warning President Trump against military action in Iran as deadly protests continue there, saying bombing the country would backfire and unite Iranians behind their government.
So when you bomb a country, then people tend to rally around their own flag. They tend to see this is a foreign country coming in and bombing us. And so I don't think it always has that effect.
Trump is still reviewing a range of military and non-military options amid unrest in Iran. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, got a brand new day coming our way. Well, traditionally, it'd be the greatest day of the week. According to Captain Ron. Anybody got an update on Ron? How's he doing? Making any progress? Are you finding something there? What a way to start the new year, right? I was just looking at some of the other headlines. I don't know. I'm curious as to whether they'll give us any more detail. Yeah, whatever this secret weapon was. Yeah, they may or may not. Fox News headline says, sonic weapons claimed in Venezuela Maduro capture. As the previous story said, troops bleed from nose, vomiting. New York Post headline, U.S. uses a powerful sonic weapon in Venezuela during raid. Was it some sort of maybe a microwave sort of weapon that disrupted the electrical systems? The Times of India said, or it attacks the brain's temporal lobe without passing through the ears, unlike ultrasound. I don't know. But I guess to some extent that explains the ability of U.S. forces to get through so many guards there. Meanwhile, indeed, we had some college football. Well, I went 1-1. It'll be.
Well, I did. Steve Summers went 0-0.
Yeah, I guess I went 2 for 2.
I drank me a beer and started answering my phone. Ed Summers. So, Steve, buddy, I joined your ranks. Hello.
Well, you picked Miami, Ed, right?
No, I picked Ole Miss.
Oh, I thought so. So Grump picked Miami then. Okay, I'm sorry.
Right, and then he got a win there, and then you and Grump picked
Indiana.
Indiana, and I was a dummy and picked that no-show Oregon.
Yeah, boy, that's
that was a gut whooping.
Big time.
I mean, it's first play off the bat. Indiana intercepted, took it in for a touchdown. So that I thought the Ole Miss Miami game was a good game. Good, good tight game. And then,
Right. And I thought Ole Miss was going to be, I thought they were going to pull it out. But, yep, Miami marching down the field with time running out.
I got so bored with Oregon, I just quit watching it. And the heck with it. Wasn't even worth watching.
Yeah.
So much congratulations to Grump for going 2 for 2. But Grump ain't winning the thing. You know what? I'm still the prognosticators. I mean, my hat's off to Grump. Grump has lost
the season. They'll be talking about you around campfires, and they'll write songs about you and all kinds of stuff.
Yes, sir. And speaking of songs, I seen Lauren Wees. Matter of fact, that's when we was doing all that jamming was during that football game, and I don't know if you've seen that post, but I'm gonna mention to Josh about writing a song about bull haulers and their sleek trucks, chrome-plated trucks,
right,
running the left lane or policing what I call policing the left lane. So anyway, I seen that comment. I'll make sure Josh sees it, Lauren. So, and he did say, Steve, right quick too, that his drummer was wanting to call in with him, and I said, well, why don't you just have the whole band call in with you, and everybody call in, and then Steve will bring you all in together, and the steel guitar player that you like so much.
Yeah.
You guys already had a pretty good roundtable conversation. He did say he talked to you, so I'm just kind of staying out of that picture and let y'all deal with it. So that's good. One set of news about Josh Malloy. Getting ready to crank off his concert tours for the year.
And I saw last week where he had shared all the things that he kind of scratched off his bucket list in 2025. It was a good year.
Yeah, outstanding year. He's so busy when he gets home, and we rarely have time to even see him. The only reason I seen him the other night because that was his cousin that brought a guitar, bought one, and Josh come over to get it, and they were sitting there playing and thumping around on songs.
Yeah.
So, other than that, he's been real busy. Just been at home.
Hey,
Hello.
Ed, I told you wrong on Mike Shanahan. I was thinking Kyle Shanahan, but that is Mike Shanahan, the coordinator, but that was Mike Shanahan, different family. He was Mike was a pro football player himself. He played and him and Signetti got together.
He's the play caller for Indiana.
They played for Pittsburgh. And,
okay.
Then his coaching career kind of started off at after he got released from the pros. He was with the Jets and Buccaneers, and then he got released and he went to Signetti picked him up, as an offensive coordinator. He was tight end in the pros and also in college football, but he's pretty damn good too. I remember him, playing. I got him mixed up with Kyle, but Kyle's the one. He's stayed with Denver, but he's a hell of a coach, man. He was doing some serious play calling, and I think that's what just sent him over the top. And you got to take your hat off of Mendoza, man. That kid he's a class act. I mean, you never heard I or me or anything like that. It was always we and the team, and and how they play together. And like I said, they're the lowest penalties right now in college football. Period. They've just got a machine, man. That just And at first I thought they were just like I was telling Ed, I just thought they were kind of a mediocre team, and everything, that they were just having a couple of good games there. And then I got to watch them, and I thought, damn, that kid can thread a needle with that freaking ball, and just he's got the backs, and he's got the blockers, and he's got the defense, just to keep it going. But defense didn't really get too great of a work. I mean, they offense stayed on the field a lot during during this time, but during this game with Oregon. But yeah, it was to me, it's just, I don't know what the hell happened to Oregon, other than the fact that I think they just rely so damn much on Dante Moore, and they just can't cover something like Fred Mendoza. I mean, that guy's just amazing. I mean, he can scramble, he can run, he can do a lot of, he can plow through a damn line, and he just, that's what he did. But they put a butt whooping on him. That was something else.
Yeah, that's what the problem with me is that they played in the regular season, and it was a closer game, and God, it just like Indiana progressed forward and Oregon just went backwards.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was 30-20, I think, in the regular season when they played,
but to come out there, now I know the Big Ten ain't that weak of a conference. To sit there and play like that, I'm thinking, excuse the language, I'm trying to clean up my language. My wife kind of drives that. So, how the heck do you perform all year like you're a really good team, and then to show up like that? I don't know. I don't have the answer for that one. That's for darn sure.
Well, I don't know. When you go back over a lot of Oregon's wins, and one of the toughest teams they played was Tech, and it just, I don't know. I kept going back over and looking at some of them. They dominated a lot, but they also had 5 players that was hurt, that was out, hurt too, and Dante Moore, and he just looked confused, man. I mean, they couldn't do anything with a pass rush from Indiana. They were just up, they were in his face every time he turned around. And this is, that was just good football. They did not let up at any time. They just kept pounding on him.
Which, I don't want to cry foul on that Ole Miss Miami game, but that last play, even though it was a Hail Mary, man, if that wasn't pass interference, and they said, well, they don't call it on that.
Yeah.
The very last, you know what play I'm talking about? The very last Hail Mary pass, and it's, well, it was beyond the receiver's ability to catch it. Hell, not when you've been rode like a damn horse into the end zone.
Yep.
It was just regular. Allow the receiver to get positioned. I think he would have been caught. I really do, but. It is what it is, and the game's over. But, man, which I ain't saying it was a conspiracy. I'm just saying, dang, these blatant fouls that these players make, when you get right there at the end of the game, you hate to see a game being called on a flag. But if any flag should have been thrown, that's, in my opinion, that should have been penalized, or at least got a replay on that.
Right.
So.
Well, it was it was a good game. The thing that I've noticed about Miami since the first time I watched them is they are a dirty team. I mean, they have very little discipline. I mean, they got where they play good football because they're just so damn brutal. You know what I'm saying? They just they're heavily penalized.
Sounds like that Notre Dame of the past referring to them as a bunch of convicts. But no, I think Miami plays some good hard hitting football, and I noticed that right now the poster's got Miami games on them. Go ahead. Go ahead, Steve.
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, somebody said something.
No,
but anyway,
I didn't say it.
Well, what I was trying to say, the posters already they're not showing no respect to Miami, and I think that right there is going to be a big, especially if they start harping on it. You're going to make life rough on Indiana to go into Miami, because technically that's a home field advantage game for the Miami Hurricanes, and I got a feeling them fans are going to be a real show out there. unfortunately, because, Oregon, I mean, at the Peach Bowl, it was all Indiana fans.
Yep.
You ain't going to see that down there in Miami.
Well, Miami, they, like I said, they're undisciplined. They play some smash mouth football, and they don't give a damn, how hard they hit somebody or where they hit them or anything else. That's, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, they're in it to win it. They're in it to, to play ball, and they just got some big boys and some people that can play. I mean, they can put you on your butt pretty quick, and they're and I think their safeties, the strong safeties and their defensive backs and stuff. I mean, they're taught, to grab that shirt, and stuff like that. Just don't get caught. Do everything they can to keep them catching that ball. And it's, it's going to be hard. I think this is going to be a lot closer game. I still think Indiana's going to pull it out because, when it comes down to it, it's going to be, I think, a game about defense. Number one, that I don't think Miami has the defense to do anything with Mendoza, and especially not with that big line that they got. Indiana has. I mean, they got some big boys.
They got that one big old boy. That, forget what his name is. That nose tackle. He's pretty hard to block out.
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell by the way I'm talking what way I'm leaning. So you're going to have both sides. You're going to have healthy teams, I'm assuming, on both sides, and that this national championship ought to be a good slobber knocker of a game, and it might come down to whoever has the ball last. But if Miami gets blowed out with by Indiana, then I'll be a believer about just how good, because Indiana will make history if they go 16-0.
Yep.
I mean, even Alabama had done that.
I think Miami's going to beat that 7.5 separation there. I think they're going to make the point spread. I really do. Or not Miami, Indiana. I think they're going to make that point spread. I just think that their offense is so damn well old and able to catch that ball the way they do, and the way they can run too. Man, I just think they're going to pull ahead on that, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was a 14-point game, because they've just proven themselves all year, and that's something. Like I said, in the very beginning I was like skeptical of them until I got to watching their games, and I'm thinking, gee, many Christmas, Cignetti's serious. I mean, he's got these guys just doing exactly like they ought to do, and when they're doing stupid penalties and stuff, he's got them on the sideline chewing their ass. Saying, we ain't playing ball like that. Don't, because you look at some of the penalties. Some of the penalties that hell, even looking like Oregon. I mean, they did a couple of stupid things. Right there at the very pass interference when they. I don't know. It just like I said, it's just. It's going to boil down to, when it boils down to who's the most disciplined team, I think that's going to be the winner right there. And I look at Indiana on this, and I'll make my announcement right now. It's, I'm an Indiana believer now. I really am.
Well, I'm not going to make mine too, because I'm going to Miami. I shouldn't have went against Miami with Ole Miss, but out of respect for Ole Miss, I thought, well, they might have pulled it off, and they almost did. But I still think, I think the national championship is going to come out of the ACC. So that's my thoughts on it, really. So we're going to get that pick out of the way. Who are you thinking about, Mr. Steve?
I'm thinking Indiana. I'm sticking with them.
You butt licker. You're only going with Grump because Grump's the better picker.
They haven't let me down. As I said last week, they've defied the odds. They've beat every team that they thought would. Every team they said was going to beat them, they've came out on top. And hell, it was a no-brainer with Oregon. Man, I don't know where Oregon was.
Did you watch any of the games, Mr. Steve?
I caught a portion of the Miami game, and I did get to watch the Indiana game.
Okay, well, I'll give you that then. My hat's off to you. Yeah, we're gonna let Heat Wave have his man card back, but next year he better shape up and accept his slap arounds that he deserves, especially if he's gonna keep rooting for them slow bows, you know. But he can have his card back. I'm a nice guy. But, you know, you start talking about the teams loading for next year, Oklahoma's making a hard run with what the people they're bringing in. Guarantee you, so.
Yeah, they're bringing in some hitters, and so's Clemson. Clemson's, you know, they've been out there with their clipboards and doing some recruiting and stuff. And Missouri, you know, they're picking up some decent folks. Yeah, it's going to be
but I like
different.
Sweeney's attitude about that portal too, though. And I think it was one of the assistants who was talking that they're just not going to bring players in that hadn't, you know, yeah, maybe they will play for another team, but, you know, Indiana's got Clemson's got their own culture. And if you haven't come in and sweated and puked and get knocked around in their practices, to walk in there and think, well, I'm worth all this and a whole lot more, they're just not buying into that culture. And that's why you're not seeing them go to the portal. I don't think they're going to go to the portal. They want to take players and develop them. You know, just like Saban did, develop those guys. But the only thing about the portal, without it being beat up, is it has brought a lot of parity and even the level playing field for all these various teams. And now that you got to admit. It's made for, you know, I love the portal for that reason right there. It's not just a one-dog pony show, you know what I mean? Like back during the previous BCS, that it was just Alabama or Georgia or Clemson. Nobody else even really had a snowball's chance of it. You know, Oklahoma a couple of times got into the mix, but I do love it for that.
I want to see how it's going to do after all these collectives get together. You know, because they're all kind of like teaming up, and I want to see, you know, what's going to happen after these collectives, whether they're just going to shoot for the money or what they're going to, you know, how this is going to happen. I mean, you know, it has the potential of ticking off a lot of coaches, you know, for poaching and, you know, players in and saying, you know, we can get you a better deal here. You know,
yeah, that's where the ugly.
You probably won't hear anything of them when they say, you know, we can get you a better education here. They're not going to say that. They're going to say, you know, we can get you a better starting spot or something like that here, you know, to make you shine for the NFL. I hate the fact that, you know, that's where it's coming to with all this. You know, is that they're, you know, it's like a, you know, the minor leagues of the NFL right now, you know, are going to be, you know, with this crap. So. Yeah.
That's why that Kansas State coach went on and retired. He said, man, he couldn't deal with that NIL stuff. He said he'd spend more time on the phone with the players' collective partners and been concentrating on this team.
Yeah.
And he
first
said,
thing,
man, they're just going to make him have a heart attack because they're putting too much pressure on him, and he just didn't want to deal with it no more. And I put my hats off to him. I don't blame him. But that goes back to what you just said. You're going to get your case with coaches are poaching these players.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it's going to go, like Steve said earlier in the year, it's going to start leaching over into the high school ranks.
Uh-huh. Yep. And that's, you know, it's a shame when, you know, when these players, before they ever walk out on the field, the first thing the coaches and everybody's telling these new players and everything is, you know, who's your lawyer, number one, who's representing you, and number two, who's your agent? You know, are you going through the collectives? You know, it's like, damn, you know, you need a lawyer and you need an agent just to go to school, you know, and to get out on the football field. But, you know, I don't know. Like we talked earlier, I said, you know, that look at Mendoza. I mean, every pro team in the world's looking at him right now, you know, and they got, you know, radars up and everything like that. But this is one very, very smart guy. He's a very good student, you know.
Well, his brother is back up.
Yeah, his brother is. Yeah, and Fred, Fernando's gone after. This will be his last game, and he's a senior, so he's going to be out. And then but even Cignetti said, brother's a damn good quarterback, but that doesn't mean he's going to be the starter.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens. But
Well, we're wrapping up hour number 1 here. If you have more, hang in there because we got to get our news break. Rolling into a Monday. I don't know. Greatest day of the week. What do you say? It's 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan says the actions of the woman fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minneapolis could fall within a domestic terrorism definition.
And it's illegal. Let's remember, what she did was a crime. It's illegal to interfere and impede with ICE law enforcement officers. That's why we're there.
Homan speaking on NBC's Meet the Press. He urges patience in the investigation as protests continue and accounts differ over what exactly happened. The U.S. has conducted large-scale strikes against multiple ISIS targets in Syria.
U.S. Central Command said Saturday that over 20 aircraft fired munitions in about 35 locations in Syria, and the aircraft included Jordanian F-16s. Central Command said the strikes were part of Operation Hawkeye Strike and were in retaliation for the ISIS attack on U.S. forces in Syria last month. 2 U.S. soldiers and 1 civilian interpreter were killed in that attack. I'm Lisa Carton.
Senator Chris Murphy warned the U.S. takeover of Greenland could be the end of NATO.
It would be the end of NATO, right? I mean, NATO would have an obligation to defend Greenland.
Murphy told NBC's Meet the Press that alliance obligations could draw America into conflict with Europe, as President Trump says he's ready to act on Greenland. Anti-ICE protests were held in cities across the country on Saturday in response to the fatal shooting of a Minnesota woman by an ICE agent.
Thousands showed up at protests in Minneapolis, Portland, New York, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Houston, Seattle, and many other major cities. The protests were also in response to the recent Border Patrol shooting in Portland that put 2 people in the hospital. In a statement, the organizers claim both shootings, quote, are part of a broader and deeply alarming pattern of unchecked violence and abuse by federal immigration enforcement agencies. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
A North Jersey family is mourning the loss of their toddler to the flu, New Jersey's first pediatric flu death this season.
The state health department announced the death on Friday but gave no identifying information. But now the 2-year-old's grieving family is stepping forward, saying that their beloved boy, Isaiah Castillo IV, died of flu complications Tuesday at Morristown Medical Center. Isaiah had no known underlying conditions. It's unclear whether the toddler was vaccinated against the flu. Influenza is circulating at very high levels in New Jersey, also in New York. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
California led the nation in job cuts in 2025.
A report from the outplacement firm Challenger, Gray & Christmas says California lost nearly 176,000 jobs last year. More than 14,000 jobs were cut in November. In December, it was down to fewer than 2,800 layoffs. A large chunk of the job cuts were in the tech and entertainment industries. Overall, the U.S. saw 1.2 million layoffs in 2025, the most since 2020. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A new Oklahoma lawsuit claims State Farm underpaid a commercial hail damage claim, citing a program allegedly minimizing payouts. The roofing estimate showed $38,000 plus in repair costs. State Farm offered $549. The insurer denies any wrongdoing. The case joins growing scrutiny of claim practices across the state. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
And away we go. Get a brand new day underway. Settle in for a Monday as we turn the page on the calendar, 12th day of January. Hard to believe we're rolling to mid-month already. Yeah, right on the heels of last week's January fall, as we referred to it. Back to reality. A few days after the colder air returns to much of the eastern USA, patterns may come together to bring maybe one or two chances for snow from the mid-Atlantic in New England, west to the Appalachians. There's several caveats according to AccuWeather. There's potential for accumulating snow in parts of the Northeast this week, depending on the track of 2 coastal storms. As the jet stream dips into the eastern U.S. Thursday, that positioning will help determine where a coastal storm forms and how it moves from Thursday night into Friday. A storm that tracks further east would likely head out to sea, bringing snow showers to parts of the interior Northeast and the mid-Atlantic. In another scenario, a storm that tracks closer to the coast could spread snow across much of the mid-Atlantic and the southeastern New England. Now, if the storm on Friday is strong and hugs the coast with snow, it would likely push the next storm out to sea later next weekend. However, if that first storm is weaker, the second storm could become stronger and track much further north. Despite the 2 chances, it is possible that major cities in the I-95 corridor could miss snow from both storms. It's going to be a lot to try to put together in the coming days. So, further details on both storms will be unfolding, but snow lovers and skiers, kind of dismayed with the loss of so much snow, will have at least something to be happy about with the return of cold. As we get the new week underway, at least the resorts will be able to start making snow to rebuild the base once again. And the lake effect snow showers may coat the landscape for some areas here as the week progresses. But welcome into a Monday, back with the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst, Mr. Grump. Welcome back.
Well, Steve, appreciate you having us back. And those 2 people that hate football, well, guess what? Here in a couple of weeks, you guys can go back to watching paint dry and enjoy it. So that's all I got to say about that. So anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Grump.
No, it's been a good season here, and I've really enjoyed everything. And
I've really enjoyed it watching with you, and I've learned a lot about doing a little more analytic side of it, the equation. So you've been a good instructor. I know that. So
well, I've definitely learned. I learned to. You gotta. Well,
don't be no horse brothers on me.
No, you know your stuff, brother, and that's something right there that keeps you in the win column. And
yes, sir.
I kind
of to give us a degree in radio sports broadcasting, and we can dump him and go fly our crazy dark bells. Get that crowd fired up.
There you go. Looking to stab me in the back as usual.
I was going to tell you, I'm going to change up the narrative just a minute. Cap and Ron, and I'm getting ready to reinvent myself as far as what to do, because I need to work part-time, to kind of offset some of my retirement. And I was talking to the local mortician, and I'm going to fly my trades helping him, go pick up folks and, bring them back to the funeral home, help him, whatever he needs. I mean, I ain't going to be doing all that embalming stuff. But he said, do you, wouldn't bother you to pick up people that passed? And I said, no, it ain't going to bother me. I mean, people get the heebie-jeebies. I know when you die, all of a sudden everybody wants to get the heebie-jeebies. I said, if they start thrashing around in the back, I'll just turn around and get them back to the hospital. I'm not going to sit around and be scared. What to be scared of, But anything to try to help. So this guy, he is just flat busy. And I told him, I said, his name's Bert. And Bert, my hours are just like a roller coaster. So, this guy's always on the go. And I said, you need somebody in the middle of the night to go, then give me a call. I think I'm going to go ride with him a couple of times because, I know picking folks up at the nursing homes or the hospitals are a whole lot easier but he said sometimes you have to go to their homes and pick them up, and he said that gets pretty tough. And so, That's what I'm going to do. At least give it a shot and see if we, make a little money on the side there. It pays good. So, anyway, I guess I'll start calling in as Mortician Ed.
Mortician.
What do you think, Steve? You going to be uncomfortable talking to me?
Oh, boy.
The prognosticating pallbearer.
There you go, man.
We'll figure out something there.
So anyway, well, go ahead.
I'll tell you a little story about a good friend of ours. He was a mortician, and when my mom passed away, of course he took it hard because we grew up with him and stuff. But he he was telling me about a family that had come up to the funeral home, for one of them's mother who passed away, and they told him that it was customary for them to stay all night with the deceased. And he said, not here. He said, we locked the doors, and he said, your mom's going to be fine. He said, we just can't allow that. And one of them got up and started knocking stuff over and raising hell and said, I want to tell you something. He said, I'm going to be here all night, with my mother. And the mortician pulled out a damn gun. He said, you damn right you're going to be here all night with you next to your mother. And he was telling that story, and I could just picture this guy doing it. I mean, he is that damn ornery, but it would, of course, in the South like that. But I was sitting there, and it's a somber moment because we're in there picking out coffins and stuff for my mother, and then everybody's sitting there dying, laughing, with this nut, what he's talking about. But it was, it kind of lightened things up, but it was hilarious.
Well, that's what
I'll be here all night with your mother laying next to her if you don't get the hell out of here. But,
that's what a celebration of life is supposed to be. It's supposed to be really, it's supposed to be a happy occasion. Your loved one's gone, and which people grieve different, but to sit and just be downtrodden, you want to think about what the individual meant to you and all the fun things that they brought into your life. That's the way I like to look at things, and so it hopefully it'll work out, and maybe I'll spend my final years helping folks. And you got to when somebody passes, people have rights, even that once they've passed, you got to respect their rights. And you don't be showing them any disrespect. So, I'm very picky about showing people respect. And so hopefully it all work out. But Captain Ron might think about doing something like that. If he's going to go ahead and retire out. Mm-hmm. So there's waiting. You got to make a living somewhere.
A good friend of mine retired, and he said he had to, supplement his income a little bit, and he started driving for one of these parts places, but he drives a pickup truck, and he said he may run all the way to Dallas or somewhere like that out of Illinois, to pick up expedient parts or take them down there or something, from the DC and turn around. He said, hell, I'm making as much money doing this, 3 and 4 days a week as what I was on the road for, 7 days a week. So, he said, so give me a credit card.
I want to get away from that because, it's just like that little trip I made out to Pasadena. I got a nice new pickup, and even as nice as it is, man, it's not air riding, man. That'll go beating on your bones, at least my bones. So, yeah. Well, right quick, too, Steve, how long do you think it's going to be before somebody sells this new technology to our damned enemies? What took place over in Venezuela.
The sonic weapon, whatever it was. Good question. Yeah. Good question.
How long will it be before some jerk will sell it? So, well, with that being said, this weekend I didn't quite know my football, but I got schoolhoused and learnt, and so I may not know it all, but I do like to think I know my football. So with that being said, guys, we will holler at you later.
Good to hear from you, Mr. Prognosticator of prognosticators. What's your thoughts on the sonic weapon, Grump? What do you think? Had you caught that in the news?
Yeah, I think it's been in the works for a while. I think what it works off of is basically enough radio waves that it's disrupting your equilibrium. And they've worked on these weapons, before, and where they, basically get your equilibrium, you're dizzy and you're nauseous, and it's creating a lot of problems. And it's, an hour or two later you're fine. If it's something that can, keep people alive and stuff like that, in instance, stuff like that, then I'm all for it. It's it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if they didn't use some of these things, if they didn't get some of them worked into, over in Iran or something like that, and start using some of them. I don't know if they're shoulder weapons or whether they're actually mounted on the front of a helicopter or something like that. I know I'd read an article years ago, I'd say 3 or 4 years ago, where in the development of this stuff, they were going to be part of a weapon system that could be mounted, on the front of a helicopter or something like that, where they can just constantly give off these bursts, when they get into close support of other troops, so that would, kind of, I don't know, knock them on their butts, basically, is what, incapacitate them or something long enough, just in a short term, where they can get in and get this done, and then, things like this done. But, I think we're going to find out a lot more about that weapon and things here pretty soon. But I seen where, and heard it there, where NATO is getting really ticked off at Trump about this, talking about, Greenland again, how, he's wanting to take it by force if the Danish didn't give it up. We could get booted out of NATO for that. I mean, literally, they could just say, bye, you're done. You're no better than Russia. I hope the hell this guy gets his head out of his butt and goes with something, that's like I said the other night, on a long-term lease or something, because this is exactly the problems that we don't want, and as much as we like to say that we're the big dogs on the block, if it came down to somebody attacking us under the NATO charter, they have to help defend us. And, the last damn thing we'd want to be is on our own, and it's, especially when you got Russia, North Korea, China, you never know what side of the fence India is going to play on anymore. They claim to be a friend at one time, and then they turn right around and then they're not. This is something that Trump really needs to think about, and if I would, if I was advising him on anything, as his advisor should, and I don't know who is advising him on this. One time I heard Stephen Miller was, talking it up. Stephen Miller needs to set his little wormy butt down and shut up and worry about his, that hair on his head or whatever. He's not a tactician. He's nothing to NATO. He's nothing, other than a mouthpiece, basically, is the way I picture Stephen Miller. I mean, every time there's a camera turned on, he's just standing in front of it, and he's, he may know what he's talking about and stuff like that when it comes to political analysts, but when it comes to the world stage and the repercussions of something like forcefully trying to take Greenland, I think that's not something that we want to try to do. We don't want to lose friends over something like this, the friends that we may need, in a big fight sooner or later. And that big fight's coming, man. I don't care who says what. It's going to happen one day. Somebody's going to get stupid and they're going to fire on an American ship, and then, for whatever reason, and then it's going to be on. And we would like to, call in our markers and say, look, we bled for you. Where's your troops that going to bleed for us?
Right.
Stuff like that. So it's, I think Trump really needs to think about what the hell he's talking about. He needs to, for once in his life, he needs to close that big mouth and use that brain, that he has. And he has a very high IQ, and he needs to listen to all parties on this. I mean, if they offered up a 100-year lease on this land and everything, and basically a lot of the mineral rights and things like that they had talked about, and he needs to seriously consider it. But just to sit there and say, owning's better than renting, well, you don't just walk into another country and take it over because you want the, a strategic position over your adversaries, or there may be some minerals there. Hell, you're no better than Russia if that happens, or any of the rest of these damn third world countries that tries to take over another country. We don't want to be that. I'm sorry, that's, it might piss some people off, and they think, oh yeah, we need to go in there and get Greenland because of its. No, we don't. No, we don't. We've been to Greenland. I've been to Greenland. Go there. Hell, there ain't a hell of a lot there. It's Thule, Greenland. They changed the name of it, of course, but it's there's not much there, and but radar sites and it's early warning systems and things like that we need. That we built. We don't need to give that up because he wants to be a horse's butt and say, we'll just come in there and take it by force.
Right.
They could cancel everything, say, bye, go. We don't want you here. Then what happens? NATO's not going to back that. NATO's not going to back taking that by force. And I don't know. I think it's a mistake. Number one, he needs to consider the long-term lease and partner up with them with some money and things like that pays the residents around there to where our troops are welcomed. And I've been to places, Steve, where they couldn't stand us. Literally couldn't stand us. I mean, it's just Germany was like that for a long time. Where you go off base and hell, they want to knock you around, stuff like that. Parts of Turkey, I was in a cab one time in Turkey, and they tried to take us out to a place where they robbed GIs and stuff like that. And luckily, we were armed and convinced them that was a stupid mistake. And it's just things like that happens that you paint a big bullseye on our troops, and we don't need that. So that's just my view on it. On another subject here, I got DOT tonight. Right before I talked to Big Ed, he called me the first time. I just got done with the DOT, and we got to talking about the shutdowns and things like that, and the English speaking requirement and stuff. And there was two of the officers in there, and one of them brought up a very valid subject. A problem. He said the problem is, he said, yeah, it looks good on paper. He said we shut them down, and he said one thing we can't do is keep the load here, or the truck, or anything else, or the driver for that matter. He said, but we can prevent them from driving. So he said, when we shut them down, they call a wrecker. They call their company. Their company calls a local wrecker somewhere. They hook onto the truck, throw it to the truck stop, and then the bastard's gone. Then they're back behind the wheel, and away they go.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, this is the problem that we're up against on trying to shut these guys down. They need to do something where they can knock their physicals out, and that's something else. I said, do they even have physicals? And he said, probably 70% does not.
Wow.
And we see that many that don't even have a CDL. They're riding with somebody, or they're helping drive and things like that. And so it's still a problem, and they kind of complimented, Sean Duffy. They said, he's been doing it right and doing a good job and stuff like that, but it's not enough. It's still, and he told me about an accident that happened up on 80 2 years ago. And it was with one of the Sikhs, one of the Indian drivers that was driving on a visa, number one. And he'd been here for several years, but hardly spoke any English. They tried to get his, for litigation purposes and for charges, they wanted his ELD records, his logs, and he said, we subpoenaed California twice. It went through court twice, and we're still waiting on them damn records. He said it's been blocked by California. Every time we try to get them, they block them.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it's the same thing is that even him. He said if charges come, and this has been 2 years. He said we've been working on these charges, pending for the last 2 years. He said if it does come down to the fact where he's charged with manslaughter or vehicular homicide or anything else, he said getting him extradited from California would be a nightmare. They'll probably just put his ass on a plane and send him back to India before we ever get a hold of him. And that's something, we've talked about that, how they've just went on ahead and hopped on a damn plane and left here with charges pending because they know Russia and they know any of the Slavic countries or India and places like that is not going to extradite that person back here. And so they kill our people and get away scot-free with it.
Yep.
So It ain't fair, buddy, but it's the big wide world we live in. But anyway, that's about all I got for tonight, man.
All right, good to hear from you, Grump. Congratulations on a winning weekend, right? Yeah, well, 1 for 1. Speaking of cooler heads prevailing, it appears that was the case when it comes to the current situation, the tensions between us and Venezuela, at least for the moment. The president took to Truth Social, offering rare praise for Venezuela, a little under a week after the daring raid that captured Maduro, which in turn engendered enormous hostility from the remnants of the regime there. Things appear to have cooled as the president is now lauding a very smart gesture from the South American country, to which he said Venezuela is releasing large numbers of political prisoners as a sign of seeking peace. This is a very important, smart gesture. The USA and Venezuela are working well together, especially as it pertains to rebuilding in a much bigger, better, more modern form their oil and gas infrastructure. This important gesture has seemingly led the president to kind of back off his previous insinuation that more military action might be needed to further straighten out the Maduro regime. He had insinuated about a possible wave number 2, even stronger than the first, if you'll recall. We'll return following news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Tina Smith says the Trump administration is attempting to cover up what happened during last week's fatal ICE shooting in Minneapolis.
What I mean by that is that you can see everything that they are doing is trying to shape the narrative to say what happened without any investigation.
Smith appearing on ABC's This Week, and she's accusing federal officials of shaping the narrative before an investigation. Senator Rand Paul is warning President Trump against military action in Iran as deadly protests continue there, saying bombing the country would backfire and unite Iranians behind their government.
So when you bomb a country, then people tend to rally around their own flag. They tend to see this is a foreign country coming in and bombing us. And so I don't think it always has that effect.
Trump is still reviewing a range of military and non-military options amid unrest in Iran. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people. But it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America,
The people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Wild card weekend in the NFL. You still got the Monday night football game. It's the Texans versus the Steelers tonight. But we did see who moves on. The Rams prevailed over the Panthers 34-31 on Saturday. I was actually, we were dining out. I was watching the Packers versus the Bears. Yeah, what a comeback from the Bears. If you gave up on that game, say at halftime, it was like 21-3. Green Bay was up. But a historic comeback. Final score 31-27. The Bears moving on. Caleb Williams threw for 361 yards, a pair of touchdowns, including the game-winning score to DJ Moore with just under 2 minutes in regulation. Bears won a playoff game for the first time in 15 years. This comeback win, they say, the largest the Bears have ever scored over the Packers. It marks only the fourth time in NFL history a team won a playoff game when trailing by 15 points or more. Congratulations to the Bears. All right. And this past day, Bills moving on. They beat the Jaguars 27-24. That was an interception with about a minute left in the game. And Bills down the ball and run the clock out. 49ers over those Eagles. It was the Patriots over the Chargers this past evening. So that kind of sets the stage. What do we have next Saturday? 49ers versus the Seahawks. Bills versus the Broncos. We'll see who prevails tonight, Pittsburgh or the Texans. They will face the Patriots on Sunday next week. Then the Rams facing off against the Bears next Sunday. That's divisional round playoff action in the NFL. Meanwhile, hello to sneakers this early Monday. Congratulations on anniversary there, Steve. 5 great years rolling into year number 6. Thank you to the folks at Hot Shot Secret and Staybill. All right, who else on board? Hello from Bob in Michigan. What's his name there? Scrapyard says, so cold I saw a possum wearing a coat. Mr. Edwards, happy anniversary, overnight drive, and Happy New Year. Looks like Ryan was with us in our first hour. Ryan Wild, that is. Talking college football. He says, I've got Indiana in this one. Of course, he lives there right around Indianapolis somewhere. Yeah, they don't make mistakes. So congratulations, Indiana. Yeah, they'll be playing in that championship game next, not tonight, but the following Monday night. Drummer Girl, happy anniversary. I bought a bunch of Hot Shot Secret Tractor Supply over the weekend. Last night, the dishwasher started leaking, so today I get to take it apart, see if I can get the parts to fix it. 36 clear at this hour in northeast Philly. We did hit some snow squalls in the Poconos this past afternoon. Robin Clark, how you been? It's been a long time since we heard from you, Robin. Okay. Soma, talking about the political arena internationally. Screw NATO, he says. We need to protect ourselves. Europeans, weak, unreliable. Yeah, offer a fair price for Greenland and be done with it, he says. Now, the grumpy old grump, he also said the stock market was going to crash because of the tariffs. Differing opinions, right? Hello, Gary, Mr. Montgomery, morning, Steve, all the overnight crew on this early Monday morning. Thanks for being with us. And we roll on into a brand new day. Industry headlines. Let me take us out west to Lincoln County, Oregon, to get things underway. This segment, according to the Oregon Department of Transportation, Oregon 229 is going to be closed indefinitely between milepost 14 and 15 from Kernville to Siletz, following a big landslide that occurred back in like the second week of December. I mean, we're going back like a month ago today, as a matter of fact. The slide destroyed the road. Highway is closed to all traffic. Water continues to be one of the biggest challenges at the site and is a key factor affecting the timeline to reopen the highway, they say. Saturated ground conditions limit access, increasing the risk of additional movement or new slides. The project team is looking at ways to help the area dry faster, but it's too early to know what options might work, they say. Repairs could take years, they're saying. DOT engineers and geotechnical experts continue to evaluate the site. There are still many unknowns, they tell us, so it's too early to set a detailed timeline based on what we know right now. Fully rebuilding Oregon 229 is going to take years. The team will continue to assess over the winter months as the conditions allow. The slide is extremely complex and moved in different ways, they tell us. In some areas, large blocks of soil and rock shifted, while other sections turned into a muddy flow due to so much water. Due to the ongoing instability and the potential for additional movement around the edges of the slide, the area is unsafe to access on foot. We're working with experts to evaluate the full extent of the slide, develop potential options moving forward. The consultant will continue assessment as conditions allow. So what kind of an impact? I guess this is having some pretty significant effects for drivers. There's no local detour, they sell. The DOT's developed a long-term detour plan. They're evaluating potential short-term solutions. Crews in the process of completing detour signage. Once signage is in place, updated travel information will be shared on the website tripcheck.com. But it's pretty significant on the community and travelers because The slide destroyed portions of the road and remains unstable. Reopening is simply not just debris removal. It's going to require extensive investigation, design, funding, and construction similar to building an entirely new road, they say. So I'm not sure obviously the significance of the detour must be pretty ugly there. But update under the industry headlines. We got a new week underway. Eagle is out and about this early Monday. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah. How you doing? I'm out here on the road tonight. Before I get started with the football, Steve, and some late breaking news tonight, I wanted to first say, if you had heard, maybe you could update it later on in the show. Over the weekend, what the hell is it? Yeah, over the weekend, another trucking company, looked like another trucking company went under over the weekend. A major company, they got bought out by Prime Industry out of Springfield, Missouri. Western Flyer. I don't know if you heard that. Have you heard anything about Western Flyer Express being bought out by Prime?
I've not seen anything under the trucking headlines in regards to that. No, I have not.
Yeah. Maybe you could check on that during the break or something. Well, yeah, I heard about that over the weekend. I wanted to see if you had heard any news, if it was true or not, because I didn't. I Googled it. I didn't see nothing, but I don't know. But that's what I heard. But Steve. I get started right quick. I'm just say quick something about football. Then I want to talk to you about this major breaking news that I heard about. I watched the games today. Two of the games were pretty good. Last game wasn't too good. The Patriots game was low scoring game. Los Angeles didn't really have a chance to win that one. And the 49ers Eagle game was a pretty good game. And the first game of the day, Jacksonville, they gave a good effort against Buffalo, but came up short. But it was pretty good so far. And hopefully Houston can win tomorrow. The last game against Pittsburgh, we'll see. I don't know what I've been noticing. You gave an update. It looked like it's going to be real cold outside the next week or so in the U.S., especially towards the last the Thursday, Friday. It's supposed to be in Chicago and Wisconsin. It's supposed to be real cold up in that area. So I'm glad I ain't got to hear. I'm glad I ain't headed that way to Chicago or Green Bay or something like that, or Minnesota or something, because it's supposed to be real cold up that way in the coming weeks. Okay, Steve. I've talked to you about this, and we don't agree on this situation, but people disagree on things. I've talked, over the years, I've talked to you about the protests, and you know how I feel. I don't think people should have the right to protest, and I'm gonna give you a perfect example of why. I've given you examples before, but late breaking news out of Los Angeles, California tonight. You might can check on this too.
Yep.
Somebody took a U-Haul truck. Somebody drove a U-Haul truck through a crowd of protesters in Los Angeles, California tonight. I don't know how many injuries or casualties have occurred, because it just happened very recently that somebody drove a truck. And it's just bound to happen when you got that many people out in the street after dark and in the nighttime, like I've told you before. You shouldn't be allowed to protest in the dark because nobody can see you. You can't keep an eye on these people. Only bad things happen after it gets dark. You got all day long to protest. If you can't protest in the day, then the hell with you. Like I said, I live by a different motto, Steve. I look at it. You hit the street. You hit the street, then we gonna pick people out there to get you off the street, and you'll find yourself behind bars. At this point, Steve, it's obvious what's going on. These people are paid agitators. I talked to a guy yesterday, and I talked to you last week about this same deal. I said to myself, well, let's think about this. Now you got it happened on last week. You got a guy, ICE agent, shot two people that were known to be in the Trendy Aragua street gang that's created all kind of havoc in the USA. But yet, in Portland, Oregon, But later on that day, you got people out in the street protesting for the apprehension for the shooting of these two thieves, of these two criminals. And so you put two and two together. There's no way that these people could be that stupid to go out there and protest for these people. So it's obvious that these people are being paid money to protest. They're paid protesters, paid troublemakers, and that's even more reason why they shouldn't be allowed to protest, because they're accepting money to do what they do. Now let's get to this situation in Minnesota, because some more breaking news came out over the weekend. The officer released his body cell phone coverage of the incident, and it looks as though he was hit by the vehicle. He was hit by the vehicle, and you can hear the girl's girlfriend or wife talking trash. See, this all built up, Steve. If you look at the video real close, this woman had been agitating these people all morning long. Mm-hmm. And by the way, we've already talked about this, Steve. For those people who support those women, that woman was a paid agitator. She was trained on how to do what she do. But she had been aggravating those guys all morning long. And you can see it when those two cops got out of that pickup truck, the urgency that they walked up to her car. He didn't go up to her car and ask her questions. He was already pissed off. He tried to open up the woman's door. He told her to get the F out of the car. These guys were already aggravated because this woman had been causing problems all morning long with these people. I feel bad that she lost her life, but like other people have said, if she would have been at home like she was supposed to be, or at her job, working a job like normal people do, instead of trying to interfere with ICE operations, she'd be alive right now. So what I'm trying to say is, all these people marching up and down the streets, as we speak right now, Steve, in Minnesota, you got the streets full of these so-called protesters protesting the shooting of this woman, because of the rhetoric that these leftist idiots like AOC and Crockett and Chuck Schumer are calling this officer a murderer, and that man is not a murderer. That man, if I was in the same position, I would have done the same thing. If somebody tried to run me over with a damn car, I would have tried to defend my life too. What the hell was the man supposed to do, Steve? Let the woman run him over and drive on down the road and go on about her business? So is that what these idiots think? That the woman was supposed to run the man over and go on about her life while he'd already been run over. He'd already been run over by one of these so-called invaders in the U.S. a couple of weeks or months before this incident. So I don't blame the man. Like I said, nobody wants to see nobody get killed, but he would have got killed if he wouldn't have stopped that vehicle. So, like I said before, Steve, things are out of control right now with these protests. These protests, you can protest peacefully. You can protest when you start fighting and throwing things. When you start blocking, and you try to alert the people. That's what they do. They blow their horns and whistles to try to alert people that ICE is on their way. That's interfering with government work, and these people need to be arrested. What she was doing was completely wrong. And for these people to be protesting night after night, it's been going on for almost a week now, Steve. This incident took place on Wednesday, and yet we still got people out in the streets in Minnesota protesting as I speak right now. And there's something wrong with that. And I think you think.
All right, and there was another video that was also released over the weekend. It was an individual that lived on that street, one of the residents who was standing on his front porch, and he was getting video of these women, and it's, I think, a full 3 minutes worth of video prior to the time when the shooting actually occurred. And that's with her blocking the roadway, got the car across the street, and they're honking the horn, blowing their whistles. Just supposedly alerting the neighborhood that ICE is in the neighborhood. But it's, agitating, just agitating as hell, blowing the horn, blowing their whistles. Check that video out. It goes, and that kind of goes along with the point that, as Eagle just mentioned, these ICE agents were pretty much PO'd with these women to begin with before they ever approached the vehicle. She'd been out, and she had been literally following agents, they say, through the city all morning long. Everywhere they go, they're following them, blocking streets, honking their horns, trying to protect the people that are illegally in the country. Get them to go to their hiding place so they can't be apprehended. That was a good full 3 minutes worth of video. But all right, here we got Scratch in the Groin checks in. Good morning, Steve. Looks like the president's kind of setting the stage for serious bargaining on Greenland. Not a takeover. And that would be, the cooler heads prevailing. Pappy chimed in about this so-called sonic weapon. We're all kind of wondering, what did they use? He said it sounds something like that what was used on the U.S. ambassador to Cuba and his wife several years ago. Remember, they referenced it as the Cuban syndrome? The ambassador and his wife are still having side effects to this day. I don't know if it's the same thing or not, but it does have the same characteristics. Meanwhile, Rainmaker, check it in from Thailand. Hello, Steve. Rainmaker here, watching the USA News and being in Thailand. I'm starting to get very angry. I find myself yelling at my TV because of the stupidity of Democrats in the news media. Do you see the Democrats holding a vigil for Renee Goodwin in Houston, Texas? The Democrat politicians making accusations that this mother of three was killed intentionally. The LGBT group said that because she was a lesbian, and the Democrat politicians were referencing George Floyd. So many people making false accusations about this, saying ICE needs to be investigated. Operations need to be suspended. That woman lost custody of her children to her ex-husband. And now she had a 6-year-old daughter who she put in daycare to be able to go out and interfere with these ICE operations, as she was a member of an anti-ICE group. That is correct. They have video of her at numerous other locations. She's been getting paid to protest. And I haven't heard anything about the fraud about Minnesota, the billions of dollars being stolen. Only The Blaze and Fox News and the New York Post and your show. Why will they not report about taxpayer dollars being stolen? And then you see the Portland police chief crying about the 2 Venezuelan illegal immigrants who were members of that National Tren de Aragua gang. I did see the photo of that. He was shedding some alligator. They weren't killed. They were shot, but they were gang members illegally in the country, and you got a police chief crying for them. Give me a break. All right, news break just around the corner here. We'll get to Philip in Florida. Pappy, Plowboy, and room for you at 844-844-3388. We kind of left off Friday morning. We had discussed the evacuation, the early return of astronauts there from the International Space Station. Some of those initial reports made it sound like 2 or 3 days. I had the feeling they'd probably have returned already before our program here this Monday morning. But it was later in the day, Friday, NASA said the space agency and SpaceX are targeting to undock the SpaceX Crew 11 mission from the International Space Station no earlier than 5 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Time on the 14th. So that would be coming up this Wednesday, and that's pending weather conditions. It was last week, NASA said they were mulling the early return of the crew from the International Space Station, what they described as a medical concern. regarding one of the astronauts, which they had not identified. But okay, so no earlier than this Wednesday. I guess, taking time to get it done right. All right, coming up following the news break, what was it Eagle was asking about the trucking scenario there? I must have missed that from FreightWaves. It's the, Oklahoma-based Diamond T Holdings, which is the parent company of the truckload carrier Western Flyer Express, announced late last week the expansion of their freight network through an asset deal for the equipment and real estate of Indiana Western Express. Rumors, they say, had been circulating since late November. We'll give you more on that in our next hour. But first, we'll take care of the news break. I hope you had a good weekend. Monday comes our way, the greatest day of the week. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey have inflamed the public with their response to the fatal ICE shooting in Minneapolis.
They've encouraged the kind of destruction and violence that we've seen in Minneapolis the last several days, and I would encourage them to grow up, get some maturity, act like people who are responsible, who want people to be safe.
Noem made that comment during an appearance on CNN's State of the Union. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says there's deep mistrust of federal agencies after an ICE agent fatally shot 37-year-old Renee Good, urging state authorities to be included in the probe and criticizing the federal narrative.
If it was an FBI investigation that was done jointly with an investigation from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, we could have had some trust.
Frey told NBC's Meet the Press that Minnesota officials do not trust an FBI-only investigation into that shooting. They want the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension involved for transparency as protests continue over that incident. Iran is warning President Trump that any U.S. attack would lead to Tehran striking Israel and U.S. military bases in the Middle East.
Reuters says Israel is on high alert for the possibility of a U.S. intervention to support protests in Iran. That current unrest there started in late December when the Iranian currency plummeted to an all-time low against the U.S. dollar, sending many shopkeepers in Tehran out into the streets in anger. An internet blackout imposed by Iranian authorities late last week is still in effect. And some residents in the Iranian capital tell CNN the blackout has galvanized more people to join the protests. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Cuba is pushing back after President Trump urged Havana to cut a deal with the U.S. President Miguel Diaz-Canel says Cuba is sovereign and accuses Washington of aggression after Trump warned oil would be cut. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Health coverage for menopause symptoms are now the law in New Jersey.
Hot flashes, night sweats, mood changes, brain fog, and insomnia. They'll no longer be viewed as mere annoyances for New Jersey women going through menopause or perimenopause. Outgoing Governor Phil Murphy has signed a bill requiring health insurance companies to pay for diagnosis and treatment. Menopause-related symptoms, according to the Mayo Clinic, result in $1.8 billion in lost productivity each year across the U.S. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
6 people are dead after a gunman went on a shooting spree in Mississippi on Friday night.
The sheriff's office in Clay County says a 24-year-old man, Derek Moore, faces several charges of first-degree murder after shooting and killing 6 people. His father, brother, uncle, a 7-year-old cousin, a church pastor, and the pastor's brother at 3 separate rural locations. Moore was arrested in Cedar Bluff late Friday after dozens of local, state, and federal officials flooded the northeast Mississippi region. Police say evidence and witnesses indicate Moore was the only shooter. He's being held without bond, and the Clay County DA has said he expects to pursue the death penalty in the case. I'm Scott Carr.
Actor Daniel Stern, best known from Home Alone, was cited by police in Camarillo, California on December 10th for allegedly soliciting prostitution. He wasn't arrested and has not yet commented. The matter remains a misdemeanor citation. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Another hour underway. Here we go. Hello to Donald, checking in via email this morning. By the way, it's Steve at hotshotsecret.com. But he says, heading to Mount Sterling, Kentucky to pick up a propeller. He's the propeller delivery guy, flying too low. Is that the handle? Flying too low. All right, we left off there at the top of the guy. They say rumors had been circulating since late November that Western Flyer Express, headquartered in Oklahoma City, and newly created subsidiary IWX Motor Freight, which boasts 250 power units and 325 reefer trailers, would be joining forces after an email that was sent to IWX employees and drivers. They also reported that Randy Timms, CEO of WFX, actually toured the headquarters of the Springfield, Missouri-based truckload carrier about the same time as the email was distributed. WFX, Western Flyer Express, operates some 1,150 power units and 3,000 dry vans and reefer trailers. Founded by Rodney Timms and his son Randy back in 1996. They started out with 2 trucks and 4 refrigerated trailers. Randy Timms assumed the role of CEO of WFX after his father retired in January of 2021. However, Randy would not confirm the acquisition of the truckload carrier's assets to FreightWaves until last Thursday. So I guess, that word breaking. Now, the acquisition of IWX's assets was appealing because of its high percentage of team drivers, which allowed IWX to provide a premium level of service, maximizing trailer utilization. The newly acquired IWX Motor Freight Sports Terminals in Springfield, Edinburgh, that's Edinburgh, Indiana, Kingman, Arizona, as well as secure drop yard Texas locations in Fort Worth and Laredo, they tell us. Okay, under the other mergers and acquisitions category, I did have it's Avka Equity Holdings has acquired Minnesota-based carrier Dart Transit, ending more than 9 decades of ownership by the Oren family. The transaction became effective first of the year, a new ownership chapter for the trucking company, according to the news release. The deal also includes Dart Express and affiliated subsidiaries. Financial details not disclosed. Dart Transit, headquartered in Eagan, Minnesota, and operates truckload, dedicated, and logistics services across North America. As part of the transaction, long-term Dart executive Mike Delbovo will remain president of the Dart Transit Group, while David Oren will continue to serve as president of Dart Express. Avga named Tom Witt as Chief Executive Officer of the Dart Transit Group following the acquisition. Dart Transit founder Don Oren has retired as part of the ownership transition. Officials said the acquisition will not result in changes to day-to-day operations. Dart will continue operating under its existing name. No changes to drivers, customers, facilities, or service offerings, they tell us, in the near future. But founded in 1934, Dart Transit has grown from a single truck operation into a sizable national carrier serving nearly all U.S. states. FMCSA shows Dart operating 971 power units, employs roughly 855 drivers. The San Francisco-based Avka Equity Holdings said they view Dart as a strong operational platform for growth, plans to pursue additional investment and expansion opportunities in the Dart Transit Group. So mergers, acquisitions, we jump on down to Florida. Philip, what's happening this morning, Philip?
Not much, just being a four-wheeler, driving along here on I-4. That's interesting stuff there. You know, a lot of these family-owned companies are really suffering right now. They need the capital and liquidity, and I guess they're going to these holding companies to back it up. I mean, we saw what, with Davis Express last year, they decided to get out of it because of all the stuff that's happening with regulation and stuff. But, they're still trying to sell their trucks, Steve. I still see that they've still got a lot of equipment up for sale, and they shut down, last June. Seeing a lot more of this family stuff going away, and it's going to holding companies. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, and a lot of times, depending on which holding company it is, I mean, sometimes these holding companies will go in and, leverage everything, make a bunch of money, and then the next thing you know, they're going out of business. I hope that's not the case.
Well, yeah, what they'll do is they'll go in the company, and if it isn't profitable, they'll just shut it down and they'll liquidate. That's business 101, and then you've got a ton of equipment sitting out there that, and then you got people out of work as well. We're seeing a lot of downsizing in the industry. I know there is that's out there. I know the loads aren't as abundant. I mean, I've heard recently that some of the LTL freight is down. Now, maybe that was due to the holidays, and then, we had that little drop after the holidays where, things kind of bottom out a little bit because there's not any freight moving. And, we get it back going again. But, I mean, I know there's freight out there moving, a lot of freight moving right now, but I don't know. I think in some sectors of the industry, it's dwindling down a little bit, and pulling back a little bit. So, but I guess my prediction was right. Figured about the middle of the week is when they were going to bring them back, and I guess they're going to come back on Wednesday. That was what you just said.
Correct. No earlier than Wednesday. That's pretty much the way they put it.
Yeah, if you look at the weather, what's going on with the weather and everything, I mean, we had a cold front move through here last night toward the evening, in the afternoon to the evening. And that's what they're looking at a lot with the weather. The conditions have to be right for that splashdown. They'll cut out, come in, and then they'll land. And then on that ship that they bring them in on, they've got a helo pad. They'll helo out that one person that's having some issues. They'll go straight to to a institution to be looked at, whatever they needed to get done. It's going to be quick. It'll be quick. They should be down within 4 to 5, maybe as much as 6 hours after cutting out from the station. So it won't take too bad. My interest, though, is, Steve, what is this deal you were talking about, this Sonic deal? I heard you talking about it with Grump a little bit earlier, and I heard you just mention it a while ago with Pappy. What's the deal with this Sonic weapon?
Over the week,
why was that story?
Over the weekend, word had come down, and I guess Carolyn Levitt also posted about it on X. They haven't really said what it was, but some of the guards on the ground in Venezuela that apparently were interviewed said whatever it was caused them to start bleeding from the nose, vomiting blood. They were pretty much unable to move, unable to fight back against the U.S. forces when they came into Maduro's building there.
Now, there could be, we could have a weapon that shoots something out like that. As Grump alluded to earlier, it might be a radio wave weapon. You think about the effects of radiation. There's a lot of different things that can go on with radiation. The only problem with that deal is when you're talking radiation, you're talking also you have to protect the individual that's shooting the weapon. So they have to have something going on with them. Now, who knows? They might have gassed them a certain way. They might have shot something into the room that might mobilize.
Yeah, let me see. I think we may have, we'll get our signal back there momentarily. So hold the thought. We'll come back into and finish up with Philip and move on down the line.
Did Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, Philip, I got you back, brother. Hello, Philip. Maybe let me double click here. There we go. Welcome back,
hey,
Philip.
Buddy.
There you
Got
are.
Me?
Yep. Welcome back.
Hey, are you with me?
Are you?
Yeah, the cell must be bouncing in and out.
Nah, it was on our end. It was on our end.
Okay, no worries. We're going up against a different type of warfare than we used to have, Steve. We can send drones in now and take care of business before we actually get into the room. And what those drones shoot, nobody knows. You know what I mean? It could be radiation. It could be anything. So, you know, that's something that a lot of people aren't looking at. I mean, have you seen the new technology they got for schools now, Steve, that if they have an active shooter in a school, they can send a drone in and that drone can send them down?
Immobilize the bad guy, yes.
You know, like I said before, I've mentioned it on here before, that we're taking the human element out of it because the human element is the part that's inferior to the deal. You know, I mean, I hate to say it that way, but we're the inferior part of the mechanism, you know, and plus two, when things happen like that, who's going to cry about their drone being shot down in a war in Iraq or something like that? You know what I mean? I mean, it's one of those deals.
Mm-hmm.
Getting on to Minnesota, I don't know if it was me or not, but while I was growing up, Steve, my father taught me to obey the law. So, like, when I'm pulled over by a law enforcement officer of any sort, you know, just do what they tell you to do. And you don't have the crap going on like you're hearing with this deal. If people would just do what the law wants them to do. Now, if there is stuff that happens during the arrest that presents an issue with law enforcement and it's investigated, so be it. You know, that lady might be alive today if she hadn't have done what she did as far as aggravating them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those deals. It's like, just do what they ask you to do. If they ask you to get out of the car, show them your hands, get out of the car. You know, it's a simple, common sense thought. But we have a lot of folks that want to be rebellious. And I don't have a problem with people being rebellious. I've been rebellious in my life. But there was a time and a place for it. That ain't the place for it. You need to get out of the car, do what they ask you to do. I know. I've been in that situation before. You know, if they tell you to stick your hands out of the car, you stick your hands out of the car. They tell you to get out of the car, you get out of the car. No matter how mad they are or anything like that. And don't go fighting back. You know, I mean, think about the George Floyd incident. If George Floyd wouldn't have been that way, kind of, and I'm not blaming it totally on the law, and I'm not blaming it on him, just looking at it from that point of view, would you think his head would have been on the ground with the deal that happened with them? You know what I mean, Steve?
Right.
There are times you do not fight back. You have to respect the other individual and the job that they're doing. You know? And if that woman was paid to do that, then somebody needs to find out who she was paid by and go after them. You know, and follow the line of the head. You know, that's just the way it is. And need to look at it the way. The football was pretty good over the weekend. The Bears game, that was a nail biter. I don't know if anybody's talked about that over the show today.
The incredible comeback. Yeah, that was, down 21-3 at the half, and then wow.
But here's the thing. They've got to play San Francisco now in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So who did they lose their last game to? You know what I mean? Or, well, one of their last games, I should say. Not their last one, but one of their last ones was to San Francisco. So let's see if they can pull it off. Now, their win ratio was a lot better with Philadelphia than it would be with San Francisco. But we'll see if they can pull it off. Maybe they could keep climbing the ladder. You know, but it's getting exciting now. It's that time of year where things are getting exciting with the football. And NASCAR's coming back, buddy. Boy, they are playing the commercials down here now for the 500 to get the people in there.
Wow.
And they're getting ready. And Cletus McFarland is going to be in the ARCA race again this year, and we're going to do it for Biff. For Biff. Want to be like Biff, I believe is what he's putting on his car. And we'll see how that plays out. Hopefully he can do good in the race. And we'll just see how things are with NASCAR and see if they're actually going to own up to what they're saying. They say they're going to go back to the old ways of doing it. Let's see if they do. And I know the big change with Phelps and all that stuff going on. Hey, let's see. Put your money where your mouth is and let's go. So, but that's what I got today, buddy. I appreciate you. And y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Philip in Florida. I'm looking at the New York Post story. It's Philip wasn't with us during that first hour when we kind of touched on this initially. Yeah, this secret weapon. What was it? New York Post shares. Yeah, the U.S. used a powerful mystery weapon that brought Venezuelan soldiers to their knees. As we mentioned, bleeding through the nose, vomiting blood during the raid that captured Maduro. According to a witness account posted over the weekend by the White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt. In a jaw-dropping interview, the Guard described how American forces wiped out hundreds of fighters without losing a single soldier, using technology unlike anything they'd ever seen or heard. We had shared the comments on this earlier, but again, for those who maybe weren't with us, we were on guard, but suddenly all our radar systems shut down without explanation. The next thing we saw drones, lots of drones. We didn't know how to react. Moments later, a handful of helicopters, maybe 8, deploying what he estimated were just some 20 U.S. troops. Those few men, he said, came armed with something far more powerful than guns. They were technologically very advanced. They didn't look like anything we've fought against before. What ensued was not a battle, but a slaughter. We were hundreds, but had no chance. they were shooting with such precision and speed. Yeah, then came the weapon that still haunts us. At one point, they launched something. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a very intense sound wave. Suddenly, I felt like my head was exploding from inside. The effects were immediate, horrific. We all started bleeding from the nose. Some were vomiting blood. We fell to the ground, unable to move. We couldn't even stand up after that sonic weapon or whatever it was. The White House did not immediately respond to a question regarding whether Caroline Leavitt's sharing of that post. Stop what you're doing, it said, and read this, indicating the administration was kind of verifying the veracity of the eyewitness account. Now, in reality, an estimated 100 Venezuelan security forces were killed in that attack, according to the country's interior ministry. It is not clear if any of those were caused by the mystery weapon, but the outmatched defenders were helpless as that small U.S. unit wiped them out, according to the Guard. Those 20 men, without a single casualty, killed hundreds of us. We had no way to compete with their technology, their weapons. I swear I've never seen anything like it. Now the military of the U.S., has had what they call directed energy weapons, which neutralize targets using focused energy such as microwaves or laser beams for years. But this could be the first time it's actually been used in comment by the U.S., according to one intelligence source. China reportedly used some sort of a microwave weapon back in 2020 against Indian soldiers. Yeah, the source noted that those weapons have capability to produce at least some of the symptoms described, including bleeding, inability to move or function, pain, and burning as well. Now, I can't say all the symptoms, but yes, some of them. And we've had versions of this for decades, he says. All right, back at it here. Following the news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Tina Smith says the Trump administration is attempting to cover up what happened during last week's fatal ICE shooting in Minneapolis.
What I mean by that is that you can see everything that they are doing is trying to shape the narrative to say what happened without any investigation.
Smith appearing on ABC's This Week, and she's accusing federal officials of shaping the narrative before an investigation. Senator Rand Paul is warning President Trump against military action in Iran as deadly protests continue there, saying bombing the country would backfire and unite Iranians behind their government.
So when you bomb a country, then people tend to rally around their own flag. They tend to see this is a foreign country coming in and bombing us. And so I don't think it always has that effect.
Trump is still reviewing a range of military and non-military options amid unrest in Iran. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40, 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as far as the incident in L.A. this past evening, the sun had not set, but there was, I don't think you'd call it a protest. It was actually more like a rally of people supporting protesters in Iran for their uprising. Yeah, many of these supporters carrying the old flag, the Iranian flag that featured the lion with the sword. That was the Iranian flag before the revolution that overthrew the Shah. Yeah, back when the Iranian people actually had freedoms. Yeah, wanting to go back to having those freedoms. So somebody had rented a U-Haul truck and there were apparently no fatalities. Most of these individuals were able to jump out of the way as this vehicle came through. It says there was one person hit. The driver was then detained. No fatalities. If I'm looking at the photograph here, which whoever rented the vehicle had signs like banners they had put on the side of the vehicle, written in both Arabic and in English. Reading the English in all capital letters: no Shah, no regime, USA, don't repeat 1953. No mullah. So there you go. No fatalities, though, which is the good news. But what's going on, Pappy? Happy Monday. Greatest day of the week.
Happy Monday, greatest day of the week, and happy anniversary.
Yes, sir.
Steve, 6 years ago this date, well, the 11th, I guess it was technically, right?
Right.
First show, I think it was on YouTube. I don't know if you were on Facebook then. I can't remember. It was YouTube or Facebook.
We were on both. We had YouTube, Facebook, and the app to kick off the program. Rumble came later.
Yeah. Anyway, I remember tuning in. For the first show, I was down in my gun room, cleaning the gun. I did say gun room, Steve. I have a gun room where I clean my guns and I make my own ammo. I said it. Wow, 6 years ago, yeah. Cool, congrats. Hey, before you even said directional energy weapons,
yeah,
I had it wrote down. These directional energy weapons have been in research and development for quite some time. They're not a mystery weapon. Maybe for the average person that don't pay attention to too much of this stuff, but it's probably the first time, that we used them in combat. I haven't heard of any of them being used over in Afghanistan or Iraq, but there's a few different types. What they used down there, who knows? Mm-hmm. A lot of them either high frequency sound waves or low frequency sound waves that you can't really hear, but they can direct these sound waves to make you nauseous. I think microwaves were also a part of it. Here lately, law enforcement has been developing some directed energy waves in the form of heat. For a riot situation, you point this daggone thing at the rioters, turn it on, and they get a blast of heat where it hits their face, and it's so hot that they need to turn around and get out of there, or they feel like they're going to burn up. It might give them a little sunburn, but it's not supposed to really technically cause any serious injuries. Now, I do recall, maybe Vic can chime in on this if he's listened. Several years ago, there was an incident down in Cuba where the ambassador and his wife were sitting in their home, and all of a sudden they started getting these migraine headaches, started getting nauseous, and it totally incapacitated them. And it wasn't just them two. There were some other people that were affected also. So there was some conspiracies going around. Was this the CIA doing some things down there? Excuse me. Or is it Russia?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's a proven fact. And seems to me I've seen an interview with him not too long ago, and he said they are still having symptoms, or to this day it's affecting them. So I don't know what use, but these things are real. It's not like a big surprise to me. I'll put it that way. Speaking of Cuba, this is going to tie into Greenland. Just found this out, that with Cuba and the Panama Canal, we have this agreement, the United States, when we literally helped Cuba and take control of that country, back in the 1850s maybe, I can't remember exactly what year it was, Steve, but we got this agreement that we can have a military base in Cuba. Steve, why didn't Cuba kick us out of there? Because they can't. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of this agreement that is forever lasting, whatever that word is. The only way to void the agreement is if both parties agree to void this agreement. I don't want to say it's like a treaty, but it's in perpetuity. It'll go forever unless both parties need to agree to dissolve it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're able to have Guantanamo down there in Cuba. We had the same agreement with Panama when we built that Panama Canal. We had the same agreement with them. And what happened? Good old Jimmy Carter, they both agreed, Panama and Jimmy Carter agreed to back out of that treaty and hand the Panama Canal over to Panama. Which was the stupidest thing any president could do, almost. Because we built that daggone thing. So, I mean, we heard here lately that Russia was trying to get in, or China was moving in down there, trying to strong-arm Panama, and Trump, hey, man, no, ain't happening. So we talked about that. So we're starting to get our paws back into the Panama Canal again and take over. With that said, we have the same agreement with Greenland. Ain't nothing they can do about it, Steve. Nothing. We don't have to have a lease agreement with them. We already got it. However, you touched on this on your last show. It's not just military. It's the rare earth minerals the United States wants up there, and that's not part of this agreement.
Right.
You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go back to Minneapolis here for a minute. I watched that video again, that one that was posted where they really slowed it down, right?
Yeah.
Frame by frame down there. So, the officer that fired the shot wasn't in the same vehicle that the other two were in. I believe he was in the vehicle to the right of the suspect vehicle. And like Eagle said, they were following these officers all day long, causing trouble, right? They finally had enough of them and were like, they're going to jail.
Yep. Get out of the vehicle.
So, when you watch the video, right, she turns the wheel to the left, and the officer that fired the shot is still towards the right of the car, engaged in conversation with the wife. It's on body camera when they released his body camera.
Yep.
Right? Where she said something about, I don't know, going to take our lunch, big boy, or something, whatever the hell she said. So the driver turns the wheel to the left and backs up. Steve, when you do that, what happens to the front of that car? It angles to the right. So he technically was not in front of that vehicle. He was off to the right a little bit. When she backed that car up, it changed the angle of the front of the car and pointed it at that officer. When she put the car in drive, he started to move to the right. When he was drawing his gun, see if I can explain this right. The officers that were at the door, he didn't want want to point his gun towards his partners.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he wanted to get a better angle, so he's moving to the right as he's trying to not get in. He didn't want to go to the left, because if he would have went to the left, that would have been like a crossfire situation. So he's moving to the right. He's obviously trying to get out of the way of the car, but he's also trying to get a better angle, not to fire too much in the direction of his partner. So, but the point was, when she turned the wheel to the left and you watch her back up, you'll see the front of that car aligned towards the officer. So I thought I'd make that point. And I don't know if you have been seeing all these TikTok videos that these leftists have been putting out, flat out saying that, they're all anti-gun, Steve, but all of a sudden they're not now. They are all Second Amendment, and talking about it is the time to take over the government. They had one lady out there actually flat out saying, I don't know how, she's got to be arrested. She's just flat out saying, go arm yourself, get a gun, and kill ICE officers. Flat out coming out and saying it. They had one guy at a shooting range. I don't know what kind of rifle. It didn't look like an AR, but he's at a shooting range, and he puts about 5 rounds down range, right, and he brings the target back, and it's a nice little group there. And he warns ICE, keep it up, and this is what's going to happen to you.
Wow.
All these videos calling and telling these citizens to literally start killing ICE officers. And we know who's behind it. We know what they're trying to do. And unfortunately, they might get their wish. So, be prepared of red flags too, Steve. I mean, when I first heard this Eagle talking about this deal in L.A., if these were like ICE protesters out protesting ICE and a vehicle runs into them, Steve, I'm telling you, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if leftists brainwashed and convinced one of their own to go run these people over and put a mega hat on when you get out of the truck. Convinces him that's for the good of the order, and the George Soros judge will not convict you. So,
right,
for the good of the order, this is what you need to do. See, this is done in the military tactics, unfortunately. You'll take a group of soldiers for some sort of diversion tactic, and the general say, we need to do a diversion tactic. You take a squad of men, put them over here. Well, General, all the men will get killed. Yes, they will, but in order to win the battle, that's what we need to do. So I'm just saying, just like that shooter that worked for Tampon Tim, they tried to make that a red flag operation, tried to make it look like that was a Trump supporter.
Right.
When in reality, it was not. So just be careful, man. Don't fall for anything you hear from the news. If any of this stuff comes out, it's just like the left trying to turn this whole shooting around in Minneapolis. They are just flat out coming out. We talked about it the other night. No sense in repeating it, but they're just flat out coming out saying this was a murder, unjustified. No reason to be doing. The ICE are just out killing U.S. citizens now. We need to start killing them back. I guess I'll bring it up. See, I don't think anybody brought it up yet. Did you get any text messages from any of your listeners this weekend?
I did, and go ahead. I think I know what you're going to say.
Yes, sir. I got a text message from one of your listeners, and apparently Hillbilly Tex passed away on Friday, I believe it was.
I think,
Friday morning.
The 8th. Does that sound right? The 8th, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yep, I forgot to mention that. Yes, I'd taken the phone in to show the Princes because, we actually got to spend that one weekend there at the truck show with him a couple of years ago.
Steve, I had the pleasure of drinking a Skull Buster with old Hillbilly Tex. Him and Monkey Gouger and a good old Moose.
Mm-hmm.
We went in the parking lot. And you weren't allowed to drink in there. And Gouger was like, "Come on, Pap, we gotta go out. We gotta go out to the parking lot." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Get out there, and they got a cooler full of Skullbusters, man. And Steve, for me, man, I usually don't wake up till 2:00 in the afternoon. This was like noon, 1:00, whatever the heck it was. So Pappy was drinking beer for breakfast. Old Hillbilly Tex. So we'll give Hillbilly Tex the big cookie for tonight, Steve. Seemed like a good man.
Yeah, and if memory serves, his last call was, back, I can't remember. It was Thanksgiving or Christmas. I think he was headed down to Texas. He knew he was very ill, and he was going down to spend some time with, I guess, his kids, his family or something. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
He's tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, Steve.
Yes.
I'll be on 75 at the 81 mile post.
And some people thought that he was that wasn't his actual voice, that he was trying to imitate like Mr. Haney on Green Acres or something. But
yes,
he really
Pattycoke Junction or whatever it was. Yes, Mr. Haney. That's what I thought when I first heard him.
That's the way he actually talked.
Yes, sir. That's a fact. Because when you meet him in person, it's the same way.
Yep.
So God love him. God love his family. Prayers out to his family. And all right, Steve, I appreciate you taking the call, man. Rock and roll through this year. Everybody be safe. Watch your six. Appreciate it.
All right, good to hear from you there, Pappy. Yep, I forgot to mention that. In that the text message was actually his obituary, and I'm not sure who sent that our way, if that was Pup or who actually sent it. But Plowboy, what's happening?
Oh, good morning, Steve. I might be a little long on Marin Hill, but damn, I hate to hear about Hillbilly Tex. How old was that fella anyway, Steve?
I think he was 67, 68, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not that old. Damn. I hate to hear that. Now, when it comes to NCAA football, I'm sorry. I think you and Grump's going to be right, but I'm going to be on Ed's side when it comes to watching the game. And here's the reason why. Is that quarterback for the Canes came out of Georgia. And that's, I think that would be a good showing for the SEC, even though we're not involved in it. But I think it's going to be a good game. I just can't imagine how Indiana ran away with that game like they did in comparison to the night before when it was a damn nail biter. Like he had said, riding that boy like a horse at the end of it, that Hail Mary between Canes and Ole Miss is just like, wow. But reason why I said what I said a little bit ago, Steve. Oh, by the way, before I get to that one, I seen a meme here a little bit ago. I don't know how much you pay attention to memes. They're not worth a damn, but kind of got a thought going in my head. Steve, what has happened to these liberals up here in Minnesota and across this country? All of a sudden, we're blaming that ICE agent for good getting killed. Did we forget the gun is one that really shot her? If the gun had been there, I thought, well, that's kind of a different way to look at it. But no, Grump said he got DOT'd here a little while ago.
Yeah.
And then he made me mad.
Oh, yeah?
If you can, grab the phone, line up with me, please, Grump. Okay, how's this happening? And I think everybody who's listening to this show needs to be on their phone with their congressmen and senators first thing in the morning, lighting them yahoos up. Steve, he said that they were taking tow trucks, towing them away from the scale to the truck stop and shutting them down, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Red tagged. Okay, let's go back a few years. Did not owe Ida, I remember listening to Landline years ago. Don't get to it very much anymore, but they literally said there was being law written and being put on the books, whereas you got shut down and you disobeyed a shutdown order.
Mm-hmm.
The calculator hit and hit hard. It didn't only hit the driver. It hit the company that they were leased to. And what's wrong with shutting this down, shutting the trailer down, shutting that truck down, and stopping this load from getting to the meat house to the grocery store? I could literally give a rat's ass less what happens on that.
Right.
Road. As long as...
All right, we got to pause there, Plowboy. I don't know. There was a video I saw last week. It was a foreign driver, could not speak English, pulled over for an inspection, who was technically under a shutdown order from like 2 days earlier for not being able to speak English. As Grump said, he was just right back out there rolling again. We'll come back following the update here.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan says the actions of the woman fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minneapolis could fall within a domestic terrorism definition.
And it's illegal. Let's remember, what she did was a crime. It's illegal to interfere and impede with ICE law enforcement officers. That's why we're there.
Homan speaking on NBC's Meet the Press. He urges patience in the investigation as protests continue and accounts differ over what exactly happened. The U.S. has conducted large-scale strikes against multiple ISIS targets in Syria.
U.S. Central Command said Saturday that over 20 aircraft fired munitions in about 35 locations in Syria, and the aircraft included Jordanian F-16s. Central Command said the strikes were part of Operation Hawkeye Strike and were in retaliation for the ISIS attack on U.S. forces in Syria last month. 2 U.S. soldiers and 1 civilian interpreter were killed in that attack. I'm Lisa Carton.
Senator Chris Murphy warned a U.S. takeover of Greenland could be the end of NATO.
It would be the end of NATO, right? I mean, NATO would have an obligation to defend Greenland.
Murphy told NBC's Meet the Press that alliance obligations could draw America into conflict with Europe, as President Trump says he's ready to act on Greenland. Anti-ICE protests were held in cities across the country on Saturday in response to the fatal shooting of a Minnesota woman by an ICE agent.
Thousands showed up at protests in Minneapolis, Portland, New York, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Houston, Seattle, and many other major cities. The protests were also in response to the recent Border Patrol shooting in Portland that put 2 people in the hospital. In a statement, the organizers claim both shootings, quote, are part of a broader and deeply alarming pattern of unchecked violence and abuse by federal immigration enforcement agencies. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
A North Jersey family is mourning the loss of their toddler to the flu. New Jersey's first pediatric flu death this season.
The state health department announced the death on Friday, but gave no identifying information. But now the 2-year-old's grieving family is stepping forward, saying that their beloved boy, Isaiah Castillo IV, died of flu complications Tuesday at Morristown Medical Center. Isaiah had no known underlying conditions. It's unclear whether the toddler was vaccinated against the flu. Influenza is circulating at very high levels in New Jersey, also in New York. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
California led the nation in job cuts in 2025.
A report from the outplacement firm Challenger, Gray & Christmas says California lost nearly 176,000 jobs last year. More than 14,000 jobs were cut in November. In December, it was down to fewer than 2,800 layoffs. A large chunk of the job cuts were in the tech and entertainment industries. Overall, the U.S. saw 1.2 million layoffs in 2025, the most since 2020. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A new Oklahoma lawsuit claims State Farm underpaid a commercial hail damage claim, citing a program allegedly minimizing payouts. The roofing estimate showed $38,000 plus in repair costs. State Farm offered $549. The insurer denies any wrongdoing. The case joins growing scrutiny of claim practices across the state. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Much. Welcome back. Welcome aboard as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Here comes a Monday. There you go. Greatest day of the week. 12th day of January. Okay, picking up where we left off, we were talking to Plowboy. Yeah, the non-domiciled, the non-English speaking drivers. I was talking about the video that I saw sometime last week, and I can't remember if I had shared it on my Facebook feed or not. But, all right, so you got the inspection. Guys hauling hazmat, first of all. No placards. No hazmat endorsement on his license. Can't speak English. He's using the translator device on his smartphone to try to communicate with the officer. When all was said and done, and I think his co-driver didn't have a valid medical certification. It's like, plus he had an out-of-service order from like 2 days before, but he's driving. When all was so he wrote out a boatload of citations. Actually had. He made a few phone calls. A couple of guys showed up in pickups. They made him go with them. They were taking him to the truck stop to drop him off at the truck because they couldn't drive the truck. Now, what happened from there? Who knows? Did the company send somebody out? Obviously, they had to have someone with a valid license and a hazmat endorsement to pick up the truck, but I don't know if they're back out there driving or not. Like I said, because they had an out-of-service order just a couple days earlier, so probably driving again. I don't know. Welcome back, Plowboy.
Before I go any further, thanks for holding me over. Before I go any further, thanks again, Steve, for these many and many years. You and Chris, Hot Shot Secrets. I forgot to say that, and happy anniversary. But now, I'm really going to get technical here a little bit. I didn't even think they were allowed to haul hazmat, period, in the discussion. Then I hear on your show, and I've always held you to high esteem, like Fox News and anybody else. I always heard, like, when Oklahoma, Texas, Wyoming was shutting these yahoos down, I thought they were out of the game, period, in the story. Sent back to their home country. Okay. Why is not Sean Duffy putting this out to the American people? Hey, we're just playing the catch and release program on these son of the bitches. I'm sorry. It just pulled my string. It just, because that's all they're doing. Am I reading this wrong or am I reading it right? Because they're back at it. You just said it here. Catch, okay, you're bad. But yet, what was it? Horse feathers? Had a little technicality glitch with his FMCSA register of his damn health paper or the
medical certification.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. And here he's sidelined until it gets corrected. Oh, Steve, I'm about to go bald-headed on this garbage because it's absolutely dead damn wrong for just. And we need to be a hell of an uproar on this catch and release because it is nothing. And the damnedest thing about it, people's going to get killed. We've already seen there's been a death toll in them over here already. Why does it happen if somebody gets killed in this measure? And well, can this go back on the DOT? Can this go back on, or what is it going to go back on? You see where I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they're ultimately invalidating their CDLs or not. I'll have to do some more looking in on that. But obviously, in many cases, yeah, it's kind of like a revolving door, right? Out of service, then they're back behind the wheel in no time. All right, let me see. I believe Vic is on board this Monday. What's happening, Vic?
Oh, I was just kind of listening to everything. Plowboy's right there, because I had a hazmat endorsement, and when I would go to pick it up, the shipper would ask to see my license. So the shipper is also liable. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes with the hazmat thing. It's in the red book. Well, you have different things. The placard book, that's the yellow one. But the more detailed rules are in a red book. And I went around with my trucking company a time or two because they wanted me to pick up a hazmat load and then drop it off and somebody pick it up. And I said, not unless I see their license. I said, because I'm not dropping a hazmat load anywhere. So you can either have somebody else pick it up or give me the load all the way through. Either way, it makes no difference to me. And they finally got it through their head. And then they said I wasn't going to do it. A few people did. A few people got caught going through Ohio with a load without hazmat endorsement. And we pretty quickly got on the Ohio DOT dirty list. So when we were going through scales, quite often they would get stopped, whether anything was anything triggered or not. I guess they just had an order, if that trucking company comes through there, pull them around back and, give them, at least have them bring their paperwork in and let them look at it. So the bill of lading and all that. So it's not a good practice. So whoever loaded up that shipper or that driver or transferred the load to him or whatever, that goes on a lot deeper than just that particular driver. But there are so many. I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand that if a person can't read English, they definitely could not read the hazmat guide, the little yellow book that tells you, if you have an incident, what you need to do and the characteristics of it. I mean, if they can't even read the hazmat books and they always give you the Chemtrack labels to go with it. So I don't know exactly what has to happen. Maybe one of them will blow up in a tunnel. Hopefully not, or on a bridge. But I mean, it's really amazing to me how some of the bureaucrats treat a lot of different things, but especially transporting hazmat. But you were talking about those devices that was used in the Venezuelan raid. There was an old movie. I don't know if you ever seen it or not. It was called the Icarus File, and it was about the Nazis that were experimenting with different sound waves that would do the most damage. And then whenever the Nazis were defeated, and a lot of them came into South America, that community, they were still using those sound devices against them. But in the real world, it's something called the long-range acoustical devices, and there are several different versions. Pappy kind of went over them, but the big thing is the frequencies. How like at the dog whistle level, where dogs can hear the whistle but humans can't, and that causing a lot of problems in different areas because somehow, some way, private security firms actually have the access to those and for crowd control. And most of them that they use, if you look up some of the symptoms on that, it's quite simpler to what they were talking about. But I don't know if they've somehow, some way improved it or whatever. But it's just most of them years ago used to be based on harmonics. It's just like your musical equipment and everything else. And so I don't, like I said, I don't know exactly what they used in Venezuela, but those long-range acoustical devices have been around for quite some time. But I was amazed to find out that they were actually being allowed for private use for private security firms, and that's like the year that my grandson's dog kind of turned on me, which was kind of curious. But there were a lot of people having a lot of trouble with dogs, seemingly docile dogs. And at the time, I thought, I wonder if somebody has gotten a hold of one of these devices and are aggravating these dogs. So I don't know if that was the case or not. But when Pappy was talking about what was the ambassador to Cuba and his wife or whatever, actually, when Richard Nixon went to Cuba one time to the embassy or something, when he came back, I tried to look it up, but there was so much information about Nixon and Cuba, I couldn't find it real quick. But he came back and he told the physician, he said, since I come back from Cuba, he said, I'm having really some weird thoughts on one thing and another. And he had to be treated, what they said was, for a blood clot in his lung. So I don't know if that was a cover story or actual or whatever, but Cuba's been using those devices for quite some time, and nobody knows exactly how many ways. So it's maybe a few years back that when they built the embassy there in Cuba, a lot of people that came back from Cuba said they were having kind of illnesses and strange feelings and everything. So, but that's just, they've been around a long time. Maybe they've improved them and got them directed, but it will cause all those symptoms that the Venezuelan people were talking about. But apparently they've figured out how to use that to disrupt the radar. I know they used to have what they call the wild weasel, the electronic jamming stuff and everything. So, but the enemies can pick up on the jamming signal, but it can actually be used against you. But I guess they'd have a hard time picking up on a sound signal. So that's that was what I was gonna mention, and I just kind of amazed at our supposedly elected representatives that are supposed to be looking out for the United States and everything. They have to know every little thing that went on. And frankly, whenever President Carter was elected and he wanted to know about the UFOs, he was told you don't have enough security clearance to know that. So there is a group of people that have security clearances above the president. And years ago, they forces that were hostile to the United States, they figured out that the quickest and the best way to get information about the United States was to get people on the staffs of the senators and representatives. And that's why Congress does, people don't like to give much information to Congress, because that was a security notice they sent out years ago. I don't know if the new people that are up there now aren't aware of it, but I know those that have been there forever, if they'll go back and look in the 1970 security directive, somewhere in there, that would have been a threat assessment thing that they should have been made aware of. And with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
Vic, have a good morning, great week. Welcome into the greatest day of the week, right?
Did Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Alrighty, other items in the headlines. In the world of racing, of course, only a month to go before the Daytona 500. Well, the participants are all set for a new campaign, while most of the drivers are enjoying their free time before the start of the championship. There are some who just can't give up on racing, even during the off-season. And for them, the Chili Bowl Nationals are the perfect battleground to test their skills. Tulsa's premier motorsports event, featuring drivers from almost every racing discipline in the country. The call of the Golden Driller, attracting numerous NASCAR drivers. This year, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, and others, drivers, daring to participate. Among those, Christopher Bell, who is a legend in the tournament, he actually has rated it higher than the Daytona 500, which ruffles some feathers for the hardcore traditionalists. Why he feels the Chili Bowl Nationals would be above even the Daytona 500. In this year's event, Bell's directly competing against the reigning champion of both NASCAR and the Chili Bowl Nationals in Kyle Larson. Among the preparation for the race, Bell put his opinion regarding the race. The reputation of the Chili Bowl Nationals draws direct comparison to the Daytona 500. Speaking on that subject, Bell says the Daytona 500, the biggest race of the NASCAR schedule, but it's only the NASCAR guys, whereas anybody can enter the Chili Bowl. So it's kind of a barometer for drivers where everybody's there. You get a lot of top drivers from different disciplines, people who don't compete against each other all the time. It's a great show. That's a pretty bold statement coming from one of the successful drivers of the current generation of NASCAR. But if you pay close attention, it makes a lot of sense. Chili Bowl Nationals. brings forth a lot of competitors from various racing disciplines. The NASCAR guys hardly ever get the chance to go up against other racing drivers. For them, the Chili Bowl Nationals is the proving ground in equal machinery and equal racing conditions. Bell also highlighted that an error in the Chili Bowl Nationals pretty much certainly means you're out of the race. There's also a hint of luck involved. So you got to bring your A game almost every race. He also went forth to describe the reality of racing at a super speedway, like the Daytona 500 race. Yeah, the 500, any super speedway race. It's a game of chess, he says. You're not the edge of grip, which is what allows the pack racing and people to be up close behind other guys. It's all about timing, being in the right place at the right time, when to make a move to get in front. It's a huge event, something that extends outside the motorsports community, but he was pretty much visibly happy with the fact that the fans of the two racing disciplines are making time for both events. Owing to the fame of the NASCAR drivers, the fans of the two series get a chance to visit each other's races. So there you go, Chili Bowl Nationals, and I think Michigan Madman said that's kicking off here, I guess, in full swing this week, right? Tulsa, Oklahoma. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Well, we'll have to see if the Flow Racing deal on Facebook there has any coverage of that, because they do some live events there, so maybe we'll get to see some of the Chili Bowl then. You have to check that out. Happy anniversary. So if I remember right, when you got started there, your first night on the air, as you said, you had the Facebook and YouTube, because that was pretty much a carryover from the weekly show that was going on over there in Mount Gilead there. They were able
Yes.
to base the whole thing on what they had going there on those two platforms. And then, of course, you had the .com set up, your overnightdrive.com, and were able to listen there. I don't remember that the apps. Now I don't know if it was just the iOS, the Apple app wasn't fully functional. Wasn't up and running, or if it was both.
As far as you know, what I think you're right. Both Android and iPhone, they weren't up and running. I mean, I remember Kyle and Josh were in here. They were listening on their smartphones. But you're right. They were probably at overnightdriveradio.com on the phone, huh?
Yeah. It was the web address, the .com that we were listening online, and that was the problem, because you go to close out of that, you couldn't just put it in the background and let it just simmer back there and do something else. When you shut off the, your web browser, it turned off your show, so we couldn't keep listening without keeping the web browser open, kind of like keeping Facebook or YouTube open.
And if memory serves, I think it took a couple months, when Josh was able to get, first we did have the iPhone app, and then it was sometime later before we had the Android app. You're right. Boy. Hey, we'll return following in the news.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Holman says the actions of the woman fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minneapolis could fall within a domestic terrorism definition.
What she did was a crime. It's illegal to interfere and impede ICE law enforcement officers.
Holman speaking on NBC's Meet the Press. He urges patience in the investigation as protests continue and accounts differ over what exactly happened. Senator Chris Murphy warns a U.S. takeover of Greenland could be the end of NATO.
NATO would have an obligation to defend Greenland.
Murphy told NBC's Meet the Press that alliance obligations could draw America into conflict with Europe. Iran is warning President Trump that any U.S. attack would trigger strikes on Israel and American bases. Reuters reports that Israel is on high alert as protests grow in Iran, fueled by a collapsing currency and an ongoing internet blackout. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, over the weekend, the president tells Cuba, let's make a deal. As in, would you like door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3? Only it's not a game this time. Choose wisely. via Truth Social. The president says Cuba lived for many years on large amounts of oil and money from Venezuela. In return, Cuba provided security services for the last two Venezuelan dictators, but not anymore. Most of those Cubans are dead from last week's USA attack. Venezuela doesn't need protection anymore from the thugs and extortionists who held them hostage for so many years. Venezuela now has the United States of America, the most powerful military in the world by far, to protect them. And protect them we will. There will be no more oil or money going to Cuba. Zero. I strongly suggest you make a deal before it's too late. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Signed, President DJT. Venezuela had been Cuba's biggest oil supplier. Not anymore. The CIA's view is that key sectors of the Cuban economy, such as agriculture and tourism, are severely strained by the frequent blackouts, trade sanctions, other problems. That loss of oil imports and other support from Venezuela, for decades, which was a key ally, could make governing more difficult for the administration that's ruled Cuba since Castro led the revolution in 1959. For Cuba, the loss of Venezuelan oil is devastating. Between January and November of last year, Venezuela had sent an average of 27,000 barrels per day to the island, covering roughly 50% of their oil deficit, according to the shipping data and documents from the Venezuelan State Oil Company. Let's make a deal before it's too late, as he says. What's that mean? I don't know. But that's what he said over the weekend. All right, back to horse feathers.
So does Cuba have the refining capabilities, or was refined product coming from Venezuela?
Good question. I'd have to look into that.
Because when we were down on the cruise there and doing that ABC cruise, was it Bonaire or was it Curacao that we were the closest to Venezuela? Might have been
Curacao, I think, was the closest.
Yeah, I can't remember. One of them, it might have been Bonaire, had a big oil refinery on the island that was non-operational. They actually, from the people we talked to, said that they used to get Venezuelan oil and they did refining of it, and there was lots of storage tanks and and so it was the island we were on that had the big I don't know, would you call it a swing bridge? The bridge detached from one side. It was a floating bridge, and it detached from one side and then swung to the other side of the river, whichever island that was. I don't remember exactly now which one that was, but when we were on the ship, you could see, from the side of the ship we were on, we could see over to the river, and there was, I have to look back at my pictures to see which island that was, but off in the distance up on the top of the hill, you could see all the oil refinery, and it was all just, in mothballs and just sitting there idle, and all the storage tanks are empty, and they just, I guess there was some other storage tanks that they actually did use to pump some oil into to just transfer in, transfer out, but it wasn't any type of refining or anything that got used there on that island or anything. But there we go. Anyway, so speaking of natural resources and things, I heard something there that President Trump has put a hold on all wind towers, wind farms. Did you get any information on that at all?
I did see that some point last week. I can't remember. Was it in particular there in the Northeast or across the board?
I'm hoping it's across the board because they take so much natural resources and their cost, their output nowhere near is always a loss. They never generate to recoup any of their costs, and then of course there's no way to recycle anything that comes out of them. So you just have leftover junk when you're done, and no way to get rid of it, other than trying to bury stuff, and there's no recycling of it whatsoever. And then I guess that goes to the solar farms next. We're losing all this property, especially rural farmland, whether it's upstate New York or down here in Maryland, and all across our country. And I guess what a lot of people aren't realizing is there's a lot of heavy metal that ends up in the ground with the solar farms. And it's come out now that the potato industry, whether it's the regular potatoes or the potato chip people, will no longer accept any potatoes grown on ground that is either with the solar farms, or if a solar farm has been removed, because the heavy metals are going to be in the ground. So they will not accept any potatoes. So even if you try to reclaim the property after getting rid of the solar farm, especially if you have damage. We had the one big solar farm there that went through a hailstorm and had all the damage, and so when all that gets busted up, it ends up in the soil. So all the heavy metal and everything's there, so it's no longer viable to use for farming, even if the solar farm isn't there anymore. So, anyways, and the Chinese that I happened to catch this thing, and I don't know, maybe you can, if you saw this, or if there's possibly you can check into this. I guess out in California, the Chinese have another virus facility out there, research facility, and they were working on things out there, and even working with mice, trying to inject viruses into them, and but supposedly has been found out about, and is either being watched closer or has been shut down. I don't know if you caught any of that about that lab at all, but that was kind of the three bigger things there that I came across. Other than that, we heard about Hillbilly Tex there, and so sorry to hear about him. I guess things were getting pretty rough for him there at the very end there.
Yeah.
So, and I guess weather-wise, we pretty much ended up exactly as you said. So we got our rain showers when we were supposed to, and actually got a pretty decent amount of rain there during the day on Saturday here. So it actually lasted a little bit longer. It went almost probably until 10, 11 o'clock at night. And but we did end up with some rain. And so we're expecting our weather to be pretty much exactly what you spoke about earlier. So we're, I guess, just sit back and wait for Thursday and see what's going to happen. But anyways, so did catch the Bills and Jaguars, Jacksonville, right? Jacksonville Jaguars, and there was a mention there that there was a good share of the players on the Jacksonville team that actually came from Clemson. So it was like Clemson playing Buffalo. But anyways, I'm not sure exactly how many they had there, but it was a pretty decent game, and it was a little bit more than just a little bit, at the very end there, and but the whole game was pretty much back and forth through. So it was a pretty good game the whole way. It wasn't just one of the ones that kind of gets up there close, and then you get a couple plays at the end of the game to make it interesting at the end. And so But anyways, other than that, I guess we'll say happy anniversary again. And I don't know, are we going to continue doing the greatest day of the week, or are we going to have like Monday morning, which that could go either way, Your Honor. Are we mourning the weekend being gone Monday morning? I don't know. It's Monday morning. I don't know, something like that. All right, Your Honor, we'll let you get out and do some due diligence.
All right, hopefully, greatest day of the week there, Cap and Ron. Other industry headlines. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy delivers an ultimatum to North Carolina. Add them to the list this past Thursday, following the audit revealing that over half the commercial trucking licenses issued by the state to foreign drivers were granted illegally. In a press release announcing those findings, Duffy said, "I'm calling on state leadership to immediately remove these dangerous drivers from our roads and clean up their system. If the state fails to do so," he warned the FMCSA would withhold approximately $50 million in transportation funding for fiscal year 2027. In addition, if the FMCSA issues a final determination of substantial noncompliance, we may decertify North Carolina's CDL program in total. He wrote in a letter sent last Thursday to Governor Josh Stein and Paul Tyne, head of the state's Division of Motor Vehicles, decertification of North Carolina's CDL program would prohibit the state from issuing, renewing, transferring, or upgraded commercial learner's permits or CDLs until such time as the FMCSA determines that the DMV is in substantial compliance. He gave them 30 days. Gave them 30 days to explain corrective action in plans they put in place. DOT's audit found that North Carolina's DMV issued non-domiciled CDLs, as many other states had, that remained valid long after a driver's lawful presence in the U.S. had expired. In one instance, a driver was issued a license valid until the year 2030, despite their work authorization expiring in 2025. The audit also found North Carolina issued commercial licenses to Mexican citizens who were ineligible under federal law, failed to verify the lawful presence of other CDL applicants entirely. So to prevent funding and CDL authority sanctions, the DOT outlined a list of corrective actions. Number one, immediately pause the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. Secondly, identify all unexpired non-domiciled CDLs that fail to comply with the FMCSA regulations. Revoke and reissue all non-compliant, non-domiciled CDLs if they comply with the federal requirements. And lastly, conduct a comprehensive internal audit to identify all procedural and programming errors, training and quality assurance problems, insufficient policies and practices, and other issues that's resulted in the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs that did not meet federal rules. Now, that announcement followed the decision last Wednesday to withhold $160 million in federal funding from California for failing to correct their CDL deficiencies after a similar audit. North Carolina, you're on alert.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind and they're somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, coming up, Eagle will join us once again. First, we get to the blind man. Morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. My friend Nick up in Baltimore has been monitoring Radio Havana. They're not as belligerent as they were before. I guess they're feeling the pain of having no oil now. Apparently they only have power from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. and the rest of the time, I don't know what they're doing. I monitored 670 on the AM band. That's one of the Cuban stations that blasts down up here, interferes with the Chicago station. Mm-hmm. They're off the air. 1180, I guess Radio Marti is off now, but they're not being jammed anymore. And Nick's been monitoring Radio Havana. He knows more Spanish than I do, and they're starting to feel the hurt now with the lack of oil and all that. It's just a matter of time before Cuba. Let's hope it falls into our hands, and this time let's keep it and make everybody happy, being under the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm hoping for that. And I know the Cubans down in Florida, they want to go back and, take over that country and make it free again. So we'll see what happens. And like I said, I am monitoring the AM band to see what's what. And Nick knows more Spanish than I do, so he's been listening to Radio Havana and
Gotcha.
telling me what they're saying. So, yeah, they're feeling the pinch now with the lack of oil. So I guess that's all I can think of for now. And as for Greenland, I guess it's in our possession now. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I remember my history when Seward purchased Alaska from the Russians, and everybody made fun of him, called him Seward's Folly and Seward's Icebox, and it turned out that Alaska was extremely valuable. It still is. So there you go. Let's see what happens when Trump purchases Greenland.
That's another let's make a deal scenario, right? Blind man, thank you much. All right. I believe this is what is it? The son of the former Shah of Iran, who's been issuing statements and really convincing the people of Iran to take to the streets. And it is spread literally countrywide. Now, it sounds like the death toll as the government tries to clamp down on protesters is rapidly rising. Hundreds, in excess of 500 was the word I'm seeing like over the weekend. But there's very little able to, information, documentation able to get out of the country because they've had the complete internet blackout in place since last week. Looks like most of the country has been plunged into darkness, no power, no phone lines, calls, nobody able to communicate via telephone. But according to, and I'll give you more on this in our final hour, but apparently this former, the son of the Shah, who has aspirations of coming back and kind of taking over, which I think the President Trump, alluded to the fact that he didn't know if that would be the right guy to do the job or not. But Reza Pahlavi issuing one of the most consequential statements of the uprising so far, they tell us. He tells the Iranian people plainly, the foundations of the Islamic Republic have been shaken, especially over the last 4 days, by million-strong demonstrations all over the country. Now, he says, the uprising enters its next phase. What would that be? That's what he goes on to explain, what he anticipates to unfold, I guess advising them. We'll share that with you coming up. Interesting. Is Iran about to fall?
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Tina Smith says the Trump administration is attempting to cover up what happened during last week's fatal ICE shooting in Minneapolis.
What I mean by that is that you can see everything that they are doing is trying to shape the narrative to say what happened without any investigation.
Smith appearing on ABC's This Week, and she's accusing federal officials of shaping the narrative before an investigation amid ongoing protests and conflicting accounts. Senator Rand Paul is warning President Trump against military action in Iran as deadly protests continue there, saying bombing the country would backfire and unite Iranians behind their government.
So when you bomb a country, then people tend to rally around their own flag. They tend to see this is a foreign country coming in and bombing us. And so I don't think it always has that effect.
Trump is still reviewing a range of military and non-military options amid unrest in Iran. The IRS will begin accepting tax returns on January 26th.
Federal returns for 2025 will need to be filed by April 15th in order to avoid penalties and interest. Most taxpayers will also be expected to pay their taxes that they owe any by that date. Those expecting a refund, though, could see a little more this year. Tax experts say the IRS did not update withholding tables for employers last year, which show how much to take from workers' paychecks. That could mean bigger refunds for certain people. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
NASA will attempt to bring home 4 astronauts from the International Space Station on Wednesday after one crew member experienced a medical emergency.
The space agency said late Friday the undocking is planned for Wednesday evening if weather conditions are clear at the splashdown site off the coast of California. The 4-person crew includes U.S. astronaut Zena Cardman and Mike Pink, plus 1 Japanese astronaut and a Russian cosmonaut. It will be the first time in the space station's 25-year history that a mission is cut short by a medical issue in orbit. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Maryland Congressman Steny Hoyer is retiring after more than 4 decades in the U.S. House.
Hoyer, who is 86, told colleagues on the House floor that he will not seek re-election after reflecting with his family over the holidays.
I make this decision with sadness, for I love this House, an institution the framers designed to reflect the will of the American people.
Hoyer received a standing ovation after his announcement last week. He was first elected in 1981 and is the 3rd longest serving member of Congress. Hoyer said he leaves with mixed emotions, but believes it's time to step aside after 60 years in public service. I'm Lisa Carton.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul has issued an executive order ahead of a looming New York City nurses strike.
Hochul is declaring the walkout threat by 16,000 nurses at 3 of the city's largest private hospitals, Montefiore, Mount Sinai, and New York Presbyterian, a disaster emergency. Money is the major sticking point, with the nurses union demanding a nearly 40% wage hike. The hospital calling that demand reckless and insisting patient care won't be affected. They're saying people shouldn't avoid getting help for medical emergencies because they've got traveling nurses ready to go. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The FDA upgraded a national cheese recall to Class 1, which is the highest warning level, after listeria was found in products from Ambriola Company's New Jersey plant. No illnesses have yet been reported, but the risk is considered serious. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, here we go. Final hour. One more time around on a Monday. Yeah, I trust you had a good weekend. The rest of the story is I was sharing Reza Pahlavi addressing the Iranian people. Now, with no internet access, which I do know that supposedly Elon Musk's Starlink, just like they had been doing, offering free Starlink to the people of Venezuela, supposedly they're doing the same for Iran. I don't know how much of the country has access to it. If they know they could even get to it. But how do the people get the messages? But he, this past day, says, "Dear Iranian nation, brave compatriots, in the past 2 weeks, especially in the last 4 days, you have shaken the foundations of the illegitimate Islamic Republic regime with your million-strong demonstrations. Now, relying on the millions who answered the cause of recent days, and drawing legitimacy and acceptance directly from you, I hereby declare the next phase of the national uprising to overthrow the Islamic Republic and reclaim our beloved Iran. Number one, inside Iran, in addition to seizing and holding the central streets of cities, all institutions and apparatuses responsible for the regime's lying propaganda and for cutting off communications are now considered legitimate targets. Employees of government institutions, members of the armed forces, and law enforcement personnel still have the opportunity to join the people and stand with our nation, or to choose complicity with the murderers of our nation and forever bear the nation's shame and eternal hatred. Number two, outside Iran, all Iranian embassies and consulates belong to the Iranian nation. The time has come for them to fly the national flag of Iran instead of the disgraceful flag of the Islamic Republic. We stand on the threshold of reclaiming our beloved Iran from the Islamic Republic. Khomeini and his regime have suffered several heavy blows from you. We must not give them a moment to breathe again. The regime is facing a serious shortage of repressive forces. The scattered shooting at people is not a sign of strength. It stems from a lack of mercenaries and from fear of faster collapse and downfall. We will not allow these criminals to spill any more of our youth's blood on the ground. We will give them no further chance. We will not turn back. Iran's freedom is near. The blood of our immortal sons and daughters spilled on the ground guides us toward victory. We are not alone. Global support will arrive soon. Await my next messages. Very soon we will take back our beloved Iran from the Islamic Republic and celebrate freedom and victory in every corner of Iran. So phase number 2, all right, we'll see where it goes. I mean, there are reports of some in the military refusing to take those commands, refusing to take the orders, to turn on their own people, the protesters in the streets there. Just how many of them, like I said, information is very difficult to get. But things, I mean, some of the video we've been seeing is incredible. The number of people in the streets, incredible. All right, Eagle, welcome back here.
Yeah. One quick note on that. I'm not going to really get into the Iran. One quick note on that is that coward, the one that's the so-called leader of Iran, the one you always see on TV with the glasses and the beard, they claim that he escaped into Russia or something. That's what I heard today. But it wouldn't surprise me if he, when it got real hot over there in Iran, he skipped town and got out of Dodge. So, but that's what I heard, that he might have went to Russia. So hopefully he'll never be seen again. That's a good thing. But yeah, Steve. Before I get back to the politics thing, I wanted to say something else about this situation in Minnesota. I wanted to say once again, man. I thought I was going to be celebrating this Sunday, but I want to say Indiana football, they surprised me again. So I hope the fairy tale goes on and they go on and win, because Miami, they've won championships before. Indiana has never won a championship in football. So hopefully next week Indiana can go ahead, I think, be 16-0 or 15-0, whatever their record will be. Hopefully they'll win that ball game, and Indiana can go down in history, because, like I say, they had a dream season this year. Like I said, I never thought in my life that I'd be saying that they beat Ohio State and Georgia, and last week, what they did against, I forget who they played, but Oregon. Yeah, I think they played Oregon. Yeah, I never thought they would just dominate people like that. So they better than what I thought they was. So I apologize to the people in Indiana, because I thought Indiana was a joke, and they turned out to be the real deal. The real deal. They've shown everybody, especially that quarterback. But yeah, Steve, I want to go back to what Pappy was saying earlier. And, by the way, for all your, I know you got a lot of police that listen to your show. Hopefully those people will be safe, man, because you got a lot of people that's putting the target on the police now with these ICE people and all the situation that's going on with them, and anything can happen. They telling them to do things. And these guys making TikTok videos and all this garbage, like Pappy said. But Steve, I'm just gonna put it in terms of like what people say, just for the dumbest people out there. Now, when it goes back to this woman, now when they say that this woman did nothing wrong, okay. The scenario is when that woman put that car in reverse, when she put that car in reverse, okay, even the smartest person, you could realize that you're trying to avoid somebody when you're backing up. You're trying to avoid the object that's in front of you. But see, what these idiots don't seem to understand is once she put that car into drive, once she switched that car to drive, then it became a whole different ball game. Whatever object that was in front of the hood of that car, that's what she was gonna hit. So yes, she did hit that man, and when she, like I say, when she reversed, she was trying to avoid him. Once she put that car in drive, it became a whole different deal. So for even the dumbest person can understand that, I hope. Now, getting back to this other situation, Steve, with this guy with Ilhan Omar. She was in the news over the weekend again. They said that she got kicked out of an immigration building up in Minnesota. Her and her friends were there protesting, and they got kicked out by the ICE military and all that. And she's upset about that. But like I said, Ilhan Omar, she needs to be concerned with all that fraud that's going on in Minnesota. That's what she needs to be concerned with. What happened to all that money that her and her buddy stole? Because Donald Trump, they just hired another man last Friday when JD was on the radio, when JD was talking. And by the way, I was very impressed with JD, Steve. I don't know if you heard JD's speech that he gave on Friday, talking about the incident that happened in Minnesota and other things. JD, he sounds very presidential, and like I said, he got my vote in 28. He's definitely got my vote in 28 because I can see he's going to keep this same thing going on. Whatever Trump do, he's going to follow in line and keep this thing rolling the way it's supposed to roll. So that's the man look like, because JD, he sticks to his books. You know, I didn't know nothing about the guy, you know, when he first came in the scene, you know, last year. But like I say, I'm very impressed with JD, what he had to say. But like I say, as far as Ilhan Omar goes, Steve, this woman here, all she does, just like Trump says, I don't want to use that B word, but all she does is complain about the USA, complain about what's going on. But she should be happy. If I stole that much money from the United States of America, I'd be walking around with a smile on my face. I'd be the happiest person in the world. I forgot what her value is, but it damn sure wasn't the same value she was when she came to this country a long time ago. I promise you, she got more money than me and you got. If I was in her situation, I'd be a whole lot happier than that with all the money they stole. But that's all gonna come to an end. All three of them, because they're gonna go down in flames, Steve. Tim Walz, that bogus mayor they got up there, and Ilhan Omar, and any other loser that stole that money while Joe Biden was in the White House, because they coming down hard. They sent all kind of people up there to Minnesota to investigate these people. Because like that one guy said, he didn't understand what I meant when he said they were going back home to Somalia with briefcases full of money, and that's exactly what they was doing. And they were wiring money. They were wiring Western Union money back over to Somalia and other countries. And one other thing, remember I asked you this for years, Steve. I asked you this a lot of times about with Omar. I used to say, wait a minute, how the hell did she get into Congress? Who voted for her? Now we know who voted for her. All the people that she shipped in from Somalia illegally to this country, that's who voted for her. Like I said, because I knew people in Minnesota that naturally born Minnesota couldn't be that dumb to vote for her. It was the people that from Somalia that voted for that loser. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Once again, thanks for chiming in here. Have a great day. Safe travels out there. Rolling up on 17 past the hour. It's 844-3388. I'm a little bit confused. Are we officially going to see a interest rate capped at 10%? Thanks to President Trump, or does Congress have to act? Story one. President Trump made a Friday night announcement that they say would save hundreds of millions of dollars from the millions of Americans buried in credit card debt. To celebrate the first anniversary of his second inauguration, President Trump wants a one-year cap on credit card interest rates at 10%. Writing on Truth Social, please be informed we will no longer let the American public be ripped off by credit card companies that are charging interest rates of 20 to 30% and even more, which festered unimpeded during Sleepy Joe's administration. Affordability. Effective January 20 of 2026, I, as President of the United States, am calling for a one-year cap on credit card interest rates of 10%. Coincidentally, the January 20th date will coincide with the one-year anniversary of this historic, very successful Trump administration. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America Great Again, President Donald J. Trump. America's total credit card debt reached a record $1.23 trillion. The average household is in hock for some $9,326. Americans facing affordability challenges are increasingly using their plastic to pay for basic needs like food and housing. And the cost of such credit is skyrocketing, only making the affordability problem worse. As of August 2025, the Federal Reserve reported the average interest rate on credit card accounts was 22.83%. Now, some consumers with lower credit scores paying nearly 30%. Now, during the presidential campaign in 24, the president announced he would cap credit cards at 10%. That drew cheers from working-class families groaning under massive debt, and obviously criticism from some banks. Many states ban these sort of excessive interest rates charged under what are known as usury laws. But as we discussed Friday morning, there's a small number of states, as Delaware notably is, that have given the banks, based there, wide latitude. You charge whatever you want. And there has been increasing bipartisan pushback against the banks charging these excessive rates. Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri and Bernie Sanders, no less, of Vermont, introduced bipartisan legislation to cap rates at 10% for 5 years, framing it as immediate relief for working Americans. Hawley's office called the current rates exploitative and tied the efforts to the president's campaign promise. On the House side, AOC actually joined Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida introducing similar legislation with a 10% cap. Luna says, for too long, credit card companies have abused working-class Americans with absurd interest rates, yet trapping them in an almost insurmountable amount of debt. Noting that banks can still make enormous profits since they borrow from the Federal Reserve at rates about 4%. The credit card rates have almost doubled in the past 10 years. Banks are seeing massive windfalls. The Bank Policy Institute that represents major banks arguing that a cap like this would reduce access to credit for the very consumers most likely to have revolving balances, estimating as many as 2/3 of those revolvers could see credit lines curtailed or eliminated completely. That would disproportionately harm borrowers that have imperfect credit scores. When they talk about revolvers, there are individuals that use credit cards but pay the entire balance on a monthly basis. Yes, wait till the end of the month, pay off the credit card. There's no revolving. By paying it off, you don't have it. Even if you had a 23%, you're not paying any interest. For those who let that balance roll over month after month after month, those are the individuals that get stuck in that trap. You see oftentimes on the bills, by paying the minimum balance, what you're ultimately going to be paying back if you continue to pay the minimum balance. I mean, that's month after month without adding any additional debt. Thousands and thousands of dollars in interest charges, taking you many years to ever get that balance back to zero. Hold the thought.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Now, when I first began delving in, what I said was I'm a little confused. Can the president, via the likes of executive order, can he order a cap of 10% on these credit card interest rates? Or would it actually take legislation through Congress? Yeah, that was kind of discussed over the weekend. Now, he was not clear on his Friday post, Friday night, whether he might take executive action or if this is going to be done through legislation. One Republican senator said he had spoke with the president and would work on a bill with his full support. I mean, the president said he hoped it'd be in place by January 20th, but I mean, we're already the 12th. Obviously, strong opposition is certain to come from Wall Street, in addition to the credit card companies that donated heavily for his campaign, supported his second-term agenda. Banks are making the argument that such a plan would most hurt poor people by curtailing or even possibly eliminating credit lines, driving them to the even higher cost alternatives like payday loans or pawn shops. Researchers who studied the president's campaign pledge after it was first announced found that Americans would save roughly $100 billion in interest per year if credit cards were capped at 10%. Same researchers found that while the credit card industry would take a major hit, they would still be very profitable. Although credit card rewards and some of the other perks might be scaled back, about 195 million people in this country have credit cards. That was from 2024, were assessed $160 billion in interest charges. Americans are now carrying more credit card debt than ever before, to the tune of $1.23 trillion. Americans are paying, on average, somewhere between 19.6 and 21.5%. And that's interest on credit cards. Is significantly higher than just 10 years ago, when the average credit card interest rate was roughly 12%. So they are correct when they say interest rates have nearly doubled in just the past 10 years. We pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Holman says the actions of the woman fatally shot by an ICE agent in Minneapolis could fall within a domestic terrorism definition.
What she did was a crime. It's illegal to interfere and impede with ICE law enforcement officers.
Holman speaking on NBC's Meet the Press. He urges patience in the investigation as protests continue and accounts differ over what exactly happened. Senator Chris Murphy warns a U.S. takeover of Greenland could be the end of NATO.
NATO would have an obligation to defend Greenland.
Murphy told NBC's Meet the Press that alliance obligations could draw America into conflict with Europe. Iran is warning President Trump that any U.S. attack would trigger strikes on Israel and American bases. Reuters reports that Israel is on high alert as protests grow in Iran, fueled by a collapsing currency and an ongoing internet blackout. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, real quick, finishing up on the interest rates on the credit cards. They kind of explain credit card companies earn 3 different streams of revenue from their products. First, they charge a fee to the merchants every time we use a card, fees that are charged to the customers, and then the interest that is charged on balances. Many credit cards have an annual fee, for instance, $79, $99 a year just to have the card. And then, of course, monthly interest rates. The argument from some of the researchers and left-leaning policymakers that the banks earn enough revenue from just the merchants to keep them profitable. If the interest rates were actually capped, a 10% cap would save consumers, though, $100 billion a year without causing massive account closures. That's what they're trying to... I guess the banks are trying to scare everybody, saying, we're going to close your account. That's because the few large banks that dominate the credit card market are making absolutely massive profits on customers at all income levels. There's some historic examples that interest rate caps do cut off the less creditworthy to financial products because the banks aren't able to price risk correctly. Arkansas has a strictly enforced interest rate cap of 17%, and evidence points to the poor and less creditworthy being cut out of the consumer credit markets in that state. The research showed that an interest rate cap of 10% would likely result in banks lending less to those with a credit score anything below 600. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas, who said he talked to the president Friday night, said this is meant to lower the cost for American families and rein in the greedy credit card companies that have been ripping off the hardworking Americans for far too long. Legislation, as I mentioned, in both the House and Senate would do what the president is seeking. All right, back to Scrapyard, joining us here on a Monday. What's happening, Scrapyard?
Oh, what's happening, Captain? Just trying to get this rattling junk wagon back. But hopefully they'll get me in my new truck before too long, and I can get out of this stadium thing. On those directed energy weapons, like close to 30 years ago, Raytheon came out with the active denial system. Basically a microwave weapon, and they could fine-tune the width of the beam instead of just like broadcasting like a radio would. It could be lineated like a laser. And from there, the next evolution was the LRAD, which is linearly radiated audio device, and where they could actually transmit sound by microwaves, just aiming it at someone, and it would cause the bones in the head to vibrate and being perceived as sound in your head. And those LRADs have a safety interlock where they could only crank the power to a certain level, but you could actually go in there and turn the safety interlocks off and crank the power up until a person's skull bones would vibrate so much the little feather bones that are inside the nasal passages would actually cut the flesh, and it just blood start pouring out your nose, and it basically just rattle your head, such vibrations until it would cause massive blood loss.
Wow.
And if you remember several years ago, Chris Angel out there in Las Vegas got in some trouble over that billboard that he had. They had one where he's there at the Luxor, And there was a certain place on the sidewalk that you could stand right in that area or walk through it, and Chris Angel's voice was being projected by one of those LRAD panels facing at that spot on the sidewalk, and it'd be Chris Angel, like on his TV show, the theme on it, him whispering, "Are you ready?" And then all of a sudden just start screaming, "Mind freak." Well, a woman that was in her 80s was with her family, and they were in Vegas, and all they had traveled across the country, and went through that little zone right there on the sidewalk, and hit her just perfect, and screamed "Mind freak," at just like somebody standing right next to you with a bullhorn, and it caused her to fall, and she struck her head, and I'm not sure, but I think she passed away from it.
Wow.
And then after that, it wasn't long. It was a big lawsuit against Chris Angel, and then that billboard was removed. The LRAD speaker was removed. But a lot of businesses, like bus stops in Japan, that they could tell somebody that their bus is coming without using a loudspeaker. These little bus stops that are out there, and it's just these glass buildings. And just facing downward, basically at the seating area, and without having you stand at the door and you're listening. You can't hear anything until you get right in that beam. And some of the newer weapon systems, it's basically all just radio transmitters. Some of the newer ones are using proton beams, which it causes severe disorientation.
Mm-hmm.
And basically hitting people with high energy protons, and just the same thing as like whenever we have a big solar storm, and that those protons make it down to ground level, and everybody gets disoriented or agitated. The animals start acting funny. It's the same process, just done mechanically. And on that, and shout out to Hillbilly Texas family. I'm praying for y'all.
Yeah.
And all that. So yeah, it was. I heard about it too. I'd never got the opportunity to talk with him and all that. But my hats off to him and to his family. And let's see. Over this credit cards and such, if you want to build your credit score, I can tell you a method that I use, and it's 100% legal, and we'll build your credit score back up in record time. When you get a utility bill, pay just a little bit extra on that bill every time that you get it. They have to report it to the credit bureaus. Okay, you paid more than what the bill called for, and you paid it on time. And like my electric bill on my cabin, which isn't much, but I paid it up every time I got the bill. I would pay sometimes 2-3 times the amount of what was specified, and I'm only getting like a $37 a month bill.
Mm-hmm.
There at my little cabin, but I'd pay like several months in advance and more than that rate, and it will rebuild your credit. And back mine was absolutely ruined due to an ex-wife, and just paying that one bill, I was able to get good enough credit to get my little car, and I was paying less than $500 a month on the car.
Yeah, I wasn't aware. I mean, I didn't. Years and years ago, I didn't realize that. Like if you have, like, say, Duke Energy, for instance, that your electric bill or your gas bill, that they actually report to the credit bureaus. I guess, like the water bill, that they do report to the credit companies.
And all that. And anybody that takes your Social Security number for the application, they're actually delving already. Once you get approved and get the service going, they're actually delving into your dispensation accounts. There's 3 federal banks across the country, and anytime somebody gets your Social Security number, they're actually delving into your account to make a bond. A lot of people don't realize that. It's like, paying a down payment on a vehicle is actually illegal because they've already hit your dispensation accounts, creating a bond in case you default. actually taking money out of your account to buy the bond.
Well, you learn something new every day, Scrapyard, don't you?
Yeah, I've been following a lot of this, trying to learn, and it's quite shocking. It's how the rich stay rich, basically, because they know these tricks, and they're sure not going to tell us.
All right, well, Scrapyard, good to hear from you. Get that old jalopy back to the yard, right? He trying to limp it back, did he say? Of course, we've all been following from one city to the next, all over the country, the immigration and customs enforcement operations. Getting illegals sent back to their home countries after 4 years of the open door policy allowed millions in. I did not realize, I'd heard a few headlines about temporary protected status ending for some in the country. I came across a little public service announcement posted over the weekend from Michael Morris. It said, looks like the craziness that we've seen elsewhere is about to land in Springfield, Ohio. Both sides would be wise to stay away and let the legal authorities do their job. We don't need the negative publicity or, God forbid, any lives taken in Springfield because of confrontations. Be wise, people, he says, which then takes us to a post. And this is not just going to be Springfield, Ohio. If you don't recall, Springfield's garnered the national attention last year when there were the president actually even, I guess he really got it all sparked when he said something about these Haitians are eating the pets. Remember that? Now, there were examples, they said, where some of these Haitians were killing the geese and whatnot to take them home and cook them. I did not realize on February 3rd, here just a couple weeks away, the Haitian immigrants in Springfield will have their temporary protected status revoked. I expect ICE and Border Patrol to show up in force. Now, since Springfield is not exactly a tourist town, some of them may be staying in Fairborn or Beaver Creek and picking up extra detainees from the working-class neighborhoods of Fairborn and the immigrant-run restaurants that serve the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base there. They question, is anyone making plans for responding, communicating, and training? Does anybody know which local police departments will be cooperating with ICE? A response from Jen says, hello, I live in Springfield. I'm a local organizer and also part of a local immigration group called G92. We've been doing our trainings and action items for close to a year now to prepare. Our local city police department has advised that it will be business as usual unless House Bill 26 passes through the state prior to then, and then it would be a different story. Our sheriff's office has said very little, which tells me everything I need to know. As for where ICE is staying, they've stayed in Springfield previously when they're doing their enforcement operations like picking up a person with a warrant. We've not seen them here yet on a wide-scale basis like we've seen in other places like Columbus or elsewhere around the country. But she said if you or anyone else would like to get involved in our local efforts, please reach out. Now, the temporary protected status, yes, it is ending nationwide for Haitians on February the 3rd. So obviously, yes, including Ohio. All benefits terminate on that date, a decision announced by Homeland Security affecting thousands in Ohio, particularly, as we know, the Springfield area, requiring beneficiaries to prepare to deport or find another lawful status, despite concerns about Haiti's ongoing instability and the potential economic impact in the state. But the keys to the termination, February 3rd at 11:59 p.m. That temporary protected status ends. Reason, the secretary determined it's contrary to the national interest to continue allowing Haitian nationals to stay temporarily, concluding that Haiti no longer meets the statutory requirements for temporary protected status according to the USCIS. The impact, first in Ohio, thousands of Haitians, especially in western Ohio near Springfield, rely on that status for legal work and residency. They now face uncertain futures, prompting concerns from officials like Governor DeWine about possible workforce stoppages or shortages. But what it means, if you are a Haitian national with temporary protected status, you lose that protected status on February 3. You must leave the United States unless you have another legal basis to stay. Local organizations in areas like Springfield have been holding information sessions to help residents understand their options, which may include preparing for self-deportation with potential bonuses via the CBP Home app or seeking other legal avenues. I know that they not been offering $2,000? Is it $2,000 or $3,000 something if you register to go home via the CBP app? The background is temporary protected status allows foreign nationals from designated countries to live and work temporarily in the U.S. if their home country faces, whether it's armed conflict, a natural disaster, or other extraordinary conditions. Now, this decision follows earlier actions by the Trump administration and ongoing legal challenges and concerns over the safety conditions in Haiti right now, according to WLRN.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting? Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Alrighty, one final tidbit. Like everything else that happens in this country, at least with this administration, anything they try to do immediately goes to the courts. And a federal judge, more often than not, rules, hey, you can't do that. You can't do that. Now, I'm looking here. A federal judge has not yet ruled on eliminating the temporary protected status for Haitians, a decision that would impact more than 350,000 immigrants in this country. That decision will not come until the day before those protections are set to expire. The fate of more than 350,000 Haitians remains undecided. The judge said she will not make her decision on the issue till February the 2nd. That's one day before the protections are scheduled to expire. Now, the Trump administration's attempt to end TPS for Haitians, now the subject of a critical legal challenge in the U.S. District Court in D.C., where Judge Anna Reyes is weighing whether the Department of Homeland Security followed proper procedures and fully assessed the current conditions in Haiti before determining to terminate the designation. During the hearing, the judge asked Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem if she had conducted a thorough review of conditions in Haiti, which has been gripped with political instability and gang violence since the assassination of their president in 2021. Judge appeared skeptical of the administration's reliance on a brief email from the State Department official indicating that no foreign policy concerns about ending TPS, which she noted was sent just 53 minutes after the request had come in on a Friday afternoon. The response did not address the current conditions in Haiti, according to the judge. Haitians first granted the TPS back in 2010 after the devastating earthquake that killed some 200,000 people. The program has been renewed multiple times since then. If the court does not block the termination, TPS for Haitians, again, will expire February 3rd, stripping thousands of legal status, exposing them to deportation. All right, so interesting. The countdown clock ticking there. Oh, and hello to Steve in Columbus. I just see your email there, but hey, we've got to wrap things up this Monday morning. Safe travels. Have a great day, and we'll come back at the midnight hour in Eastern Time tonight and kick off our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.